Kia ora tātou, nau mai, haere mai, and a warm welcome to our final council meeting of the term for Wednesday, the 5th of October 2022. Before I get into the order of business, councillors and those in the gallery, just want to explain that a bit of housekeeping here, that the meeting is being recorded, it's being streamed on our council YouTube channel. Health and safety procedures are on the screen there. Our fire and emergency exits are clearly delineated there, and the evacuation area and the unlikely event of an emergency is the Clock Tower, Te Maraehine, the square, non-smoking facility, and a defibrillator is located in the front of house on the ground floor. Any events, please report them to the committee administrator. We have Councillor Finlay online. Welcome, Councillor. And so again, councillors and officers, if you could just, when you are speaking, if you could just give your name and use the microphone at all times, please. Right. We've got a fairly full agenda today, councillors, so we'll move through it at pace. Our first is apologies, and I haven't received any apologies. Sorry, Councillor Dingwall.
Apologies for early departure.
Right. Councillor Harpiter.
Apologies for Councillor Meehan.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll look to move those, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. No comments on those. We will vote, please. That has passed 14 votes for and none against. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 2, notification of additional items. I haven't been notified of any. There's none from the floor. Moving through to declarations of interest. Again, I haven't been notified of any. There's nothing from the floor. Move through to number 4, which is the confirmation of the minutes. The Council resolves the minutes of the Council meeting of 7th of September 2022, Part 1 public, be confirmed as a true and correct record. They are on page 9 of your papers, councillors. I'll move that. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Are there any matters arising? There being none, we will look to vote, please. Votes for and none against. Okay, we now will move to number 5, which is an acknowledgement of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. And if you could just bear with me for a moment while I just read this, please. So at this solemn occasion, on behalf of the City of Palmerston North, it is a privilege not only to acknowledge the passing of our Sovereign, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, but to express our gratitude for her inspirational life to public service, which she exemplified over the past 7 decades. I want to acknowledge Rangitane as our mana whenua, and I understand Mr. Wiremu Te Aweawe is joining us shortly, but Wiremu and I passed on this to a city memorial service last week in the city. Queen Elizabeth carried out her duties as our head of state, our Queen, and as head of the Commonwealth, an entity which she had a large hand in shaping, while redefining the role and expectations of a constitutional monarch, and in many cases exceeding them. During an era of huge upheaval and social change, she was the great lady of our age, whose inspirational influence, life and legacy has had a profound significance to this country. During World War II, Princess Elizabeth, heir to the British throne, was the first female member of the royal family to be on active duty with the British Armed Forces as a driver and mechanic for the Women's Auxiliary Territorial Service. It's probably where she learnt to drive the Land Rover. But she also was the last surviving head of state to have served in the Second World War. When her father, King George VI, died on February the 6th, 1952, the 25-year-old princess ascended to the throne as Elizabeth II. During her reign, the Queen made 3 official visits to Palmerston North with her husband, the late Duke of Edinburgh, and 1 fleeting unofficial visit on her own. After her coronation in June 1953, the Queen and Duke embarked on the first tour to New Zealand by reigning royalty in December that year. The royal couple arrived in Palmerston North by train on January the 7th, 1954, and were greeted by large crowds. Following a civic reception and dinner with Mayor Geoffrey Tremaine on the upper floor dining room of the C.M. Ross department store, now our city library, the royal couple appeared on the balcony of the Grand Hotel on the square to acknowledge the large gathering outside. The next day, January the 8th, the Queen and Duke departed by train from the Central City railway station bound for Feilding, Martin and Whanganui. The second visit to Palmerston North by the Queen and Duke of Edinburgh was on March the 23rd, 1970. The royal couple flew in from Gisborne, where they had been attending the James Cook bicentennial celebrations. They went on a walkabout with Mayor Des Black through Te Maraehine, the square, before spending time at Massey University, the New Zealand Dairy Research Institute, and taking part in a children's drive-through on Fitzherbert Park. In February 1977, with a population of nearly 60,000, Palmerston North City Council celebrated its centenary of local government, an anniversary that coincided with the Queen's own 25th Silver Jubilee tour of New Zealand. And after walking through crowds gathered again in Te Maraehine, the square, this time with Mayor Brian Elwood, the Queen and Duke were driven to the Steeple restaurant on Fitzherbert Avenue to attend a civic luncheon before flying out to Wellington. The Queen made her final visit to the city in February 1990 as part of the Treaty of Waitangi sesquicentennial celebrations, which coincided with Auckland hosting the Commonwealth Games. Flying in via Ohakea, she opened the Linton Army Camp's new gymnasium complex and visited the Linton preschool. Linton had been incorporated within the city boundaries in 1989, but no public reception, drive-through or walk-through had been organised, and the Queen's visit went largely unacknowledged by many city residents. The Queen's connections to the city were bolstered by her role as Captain General of the Royal Regiment of the New Zealand Artillery, Captain General of the Royal New Zealand Armoured Corps, Colonel-in-Chief of the Corps of Royal New Zealand Engineers, and Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal New Zealand Infantry Regiment, and as patron of many national charities, organisations and trusts throughout New Zealand. In 1956, Queen Elizabeth Technical College, now Queen Elizabeth College, was officially opened on Rangitikei Street. It is the only New Zealand school in New Zealand to bear her name, and only place in Palmerston North that acknowledges her reign. The only other commemorative feature in the city is the Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II Camellia, which was planted on the Camellia Walk around the Esplanades Dougal Mackenzie New Zealand Rose Gardens to mark the 1970 royal visit. On September the 9th, 2022, following the official announcement of Her Majesty's passing on September the 8th, city flags were lowered to half-mast. There was an invitation for residents to leave any flowers at the foot of the flagpoles in Te Maraehine, the square. The clock towers Keri Tupanoa, bells tolled for the Queen, and a book of condolences was made available on the ground floor of the Central Library. This presentation also featured the padded, high-backed chairs that the Queen and Duke sat in at the 1954 civic dinner. The Queen's signature from the 1977 visitors' book and the signature of Charles, Prince of Wales, when he briefly was here in 1981 to open the Pascal Street Stadium, were also on display. The civic flags were raised to full mast on September the 11th for the promulgation of King Charles III as our new sovereign and head of state. At midnight, the flags returned to half-mast during the remainder of the official mourning period for the Queen. Following the National Memorial Service at 2 p.m, this ended at midnight on Monday, September the 26th. I attended the National Service on behalf of the city that Monday, and in a small way, Palmerston North played quite a role with city-based servicemen carrying the Queen's colours and flags, our city library contributing many images to the visual montage, and Piper and city resident Murray Mansfield playing the lament. The city conveys its deepest sympathy to the royal family on their loss, with condolences to the people of Great Britain and the Commonwealth of Nations, which she headed and helped to shape, and also commiserations to numerous organisations that the Queen had as the patron and who regarded the Queen Elizabeth, as her exemplar. Kai hinga hi totara o te Waianui o Tānei. A mighty totara has fallen in the great forest of Tānei. We will remember her. God save the Queen. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou koutou. And if we could just stand for a moment, please. Thank you. All right, we have the resolution there that the Council acknowledges the service of the late Queen Elizabeth II. I look to move it. I look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Naylor. Are there any comments from anybody in the room? There being none, we will move to vote, please. It's passed 14 votes for and none against. Thank you. Right, we'll move through to number 6, which is acknowledging the service of retiring councillors. I would normally default to my colleague, Mr. Te Aweawe, but he's on his way. So I will start proceedings and if I could just briefly reflect on the term before commenting on our retiring colleagues. So, look, as Mayor, I just want to comment and reflect on the past term, its challenges, but also Council's achievement, and briefly farewell our 3 retiring colleagues, Councillor Dingwell, the Deputy Mayor Rutherford, and Councillor Beattie. Look, it's been a privilege to serve in this role, and as councillors will attest to as well, I really want to acknowledge your service to the city this term and also your collegiality. It's been a tough term, to be really fair, and those that have been around the table longer than I will probably repeat those comments. There have been some real challenges. COVID, absolutely, that has affected every New Zealander. But also the amount of reform that is going on in the sector, the amount of change that is coming to us. And I think there's probably the most, and certainly in living memory. And we have to be advocates for Palmerston North during a time of this change, but also rapid change and development. And I think councils, councillors, mayors and cities have a powerful opportunity for advocacy both to central government and to the private sector. And look, while we've got a number of central government reforms upon us, some are very necessary and supported by us, but others I personally would question. So during the COVID lockdown, I think we saw the real benefit of council or local government helping our communities at a grassroots level. We responded in a real timely manner with boots on the ground, and I think that's something that shouldn't be forgotten by many around us. And I stood for council, like probably many of you around the table, because I believed strongly in Palmerston North as a place where you could raise a family. It was a great place for business, community, arts, sports, recreation and culture, and it could really thrive. But 9 years ago I sort of thought maybe the city wasn't fully reaching its potential. The easy living part of living here perhaps had made us a bit too easy, and we could possibly do better. But we're all members of local government, the local government family in New Zealand, and local districts, city councils are fiercely competitive, as we all know, when it comes to attracting government finance, corporate and private investment, along with jobs opportunities. We have the advantage here in Palmerston North having a hugely diverse economy. Our education, our defence, our agribusiness, our science and research sectors, our transportation, logistics, health, manufacturing, government sector, construction and retail, it really puts the city in a good place, and we can handle the downturns, but we have to be careful we don't become complacent. We also need to apply leverage at the good times, and in our present situation where we have over $8 billion worth of infrastructure, transportation and utilities investment being built around us and in the city in the next 8 to 10 years, that we need to leverage that. And I believe we've managed to position Palmerston North in a good position to take advantage of the prevailing economic and social circumstances. But I do have to acknowledge the last 3 years have been very difficult. You combine COVID, world geopolitical events. Who would have imagined a war in Eastern Europe? Supply chain issues, labour shortages, high inflation, rising costs, as well as resident demands for low rates, and coupled with the high expectations to still deliver civic amenities. And you can see that governing a city becomes quite a demanding and tricky time. And unfortunately, with all of that faced upon us and those market forces, in local government we often become price takers, not price setters. Chuck in the government reforms, our own management disruptions here, but it is great to see that we will have a new CE in a couple of weeks, with former Palmerstonian and outgoing South Taranaki Council's Chief Executive Wade Crockett joining us. Add in the ongoing staff shortages and infrastructure issues that have dogged the city, and you have the perfect storm of challenges. But despite all the current difficulties, there are enough accomplishments for this council to be able to really put a pass mark to itself. And I think that's something that we should be all proud of. And I'll just mention a few of those. We've spent over $85 million in Three Waters infrastructure projects in the last 3 years. $45 million in capital projects and $40 million in OPEX. And a lot of that, certainly the capital, is water mains from the Turitea Dam to our city network and replacing the water main link from Ashurst, as well as continue upgrades to our storm and wastewater networks. Add in the exhaustive consultative BPO process, which we now have a plan for a new city's wastewater plant, with a consent to be lodged in the coming months. We completed stage 2 and 3 of Papiauia Place social housing build, which delivered 75 new accessible, insulated, future-proofed units. A real proud moment for the city. The city's first subdivision for 30 plus years, with stage 1 of Tamakuku Terrace delivered. And this was a proactive response to our housing crisis. We freed up land in supplying smaller sections, something the development community wasn't delivering. And we've also partnered with that development community for new subdivisions in Ashurst, Akariri, Kakitangiata and Kikiwhenua, Te Wanaka Road, beyond Awapuni in the City West area. There was $21 million worth of upgrades to the Arena Stadium, and that was something that, again, I was proud to be involved with. It included the new entrance plaza, highlighted our significant heritage sites of that facility. New speedway pits were constructed, a new south grandstand, toilets and amenities block, an embankment, a new retractable indoor seating for Arena 2, and installing our first artificial turf. This included over $1 million of external funding and was delivered on the back of COVID, on time and on budget, and really an excellent bang for buck compared to what other cities are spending on their stadia. We completed the first stage of the Central City Streets for People refurbishment on Square East. We signed a significant kawanata agreement with Mana Whenua Rangitane that enhanced our partnership and started some great joint projects along the Manawatu-Awa, the river, which included the Turitea Pā lookout and reconnecting Rangitane stories around the river, alongside riverside attractions which connected with the Arakotahi Bridge and our shared pathways. We built the new Bunnythorpe Community Centre after almost a decade of community fundraising. And we had partnerships with other groups and organisations which continued to bear fruit. For instance, the recently opened Lions Club of Middle Districts and their new mini-putt golf links in the Victoria Esplanade, which itself celebrated 125 years. And what an iconic jewel in our crown that is. The old post office building has taken lengthy negotiation and huge input from council staff and elected members since June to broker a new deal with the new developers of the Safari Group. And that'll transform that iconic building and that part of town with a new branded hotel and health spa. And I think it will become quite a linchpin to our CBD and Central City. As for the past term, well, COVID certainly made things trying, but we still notched up some notable achievements. The city was re-accredited as a World Health Organisation safe city, and I'm sure safety will play a key part in the coming term of the new council. We were officially accredited by central government as one of the first welcoming community cities. We rebuilt the Calhoun Softball Park and hosted the World Junior Men's Championship, and we've just been announced that the Black Sox will be again playing here in late November in a televised series against 6 other nations. Palmerston North celebrated its own 150-year sesquicentennial in 2021 with a year-long program of community activities, and we even developed our own official Monopoly board game. And you know you've made it when you've got one of those. The city also celebrated many other anniversaries: 30 years of IPU, 21 years of the Relay for Life, 50 years of the New Zealand Rugby Museum, 50 years of the New Zealand Rose Gardens, 100 years of Palmerston North Girls High, 100 years of Rotary, 125 years of Manawatu Cricket, 125 years of Acacia Birch Homestead. We hosted many events, including the New Zealand Super 6 Golf Championships, the New Zealand Stock Car Teams Champs, ICU Gravel and Tar International Cycle Race, the New Zealand Rural Games, the New Zealand Food Awards, and PACANS, the National Young Performers Awards. We opened the region's only free-to-use splash pad in a newly refurbished Memorial Park in December last year. And we assisted with the opening of many new builds, including the much-needed new Quest Hotel in Fitzherbert Avenue with Rangitane, a new Lower North Island Countdown Distribution Centre at the Industrial Park, and Countdown's Awapuni Supermarket. There was also the new Massey Aviation School campus built at the airport. So that's a significant list of accomplishments that the council's either completed or had a major role and it's something that I think we should really reflect on. So again, thank you to the councillors, to Chris and the management team, and to our very hard-working staff. I now just want to acknowledge our 3 retiring colleagues. Councillor Renee Dingwell, thank you for your service to the City Council, which unfortunately has been cut short because of ill health. You joined us in 2019 and with a real focus on environmental and housing issues. But being of Samoan descent, you wanted to give a Pacifica view on council decisions and policies. And you were fundamental to council establishing the Pacifica Reference Group, where you represented council's views. Thank you again, Renee, for your service, and we wish you well for a speedy recovery. To the Deputy Mayor, Alicia Rutherford, serving 9 years on council and coming in with a youthful quartet, Councillor Rachel Bowen, Councillor Leonie Harper and myself. Pregnant pause was well noted. Okay, you were our youngest councillor at 24 when elected in 2013 and have juggled council well, bringing up a young family of 2 young children. You started as the Community Development Chair, but planning was your real passion, and you're always a regular and sometimes the only councillor at RMA law conferences and forums. I must say the former Deputy Mayor and now our MP was another one there too. You served 2 terms as Planning Chair, and in the last 18 months as Deputy Mayor and the 3rd Deputy Mayor alongside me, like those before you, you've always worked very hard in some difficult circumstances. You've also chaired the Hearings Committee, which has been busy over the last few terms, especially around the district plan. You've chaired the CE's review panel, which also has had plenty to do in recent times. We will miss your cheerful face around the council table, and thank you for your service, but somehow I don't think you're finished with politics yet. And finally, to Councillor Susan Beattie. Susan has served 12 years on council, and for those that know local government history in Palmerston North, this will be an end of an era with Susan's father and brother also having been councillors previously. So it won't be the same without a Beattie at the council table. Finance has been Susan's strength, and certainly in the 9 years I've been on council, out of Susan's 12, that has been her role, finance chair. She's always looked after the dollars and cents of council and almost treated it like her own, and has served us extremely well. So much so that Audit New Zealand commented to me on her lengthy service. Housing's also been a passion, and you have contributed to the city's housing steering group, and alongside Councillor Johnson and others have really championed this sector. You've also been an RMA Commissioner and chaired the DLC, the District Licensing Committee. So thank you, Susan, for your significant service to Council. And thank you again to the other councillors, Renee, Alicia and Susan. That's 24 years of governance that will leave this table at the end of the week. So I do want to acknowledge you all for that. And before other councillors comment, and we have a right of reply from you all, there is a small gift and some flowers for each of you. And I will then pass over to my councillor colleagues if they wish to comment, and possibly some others in the gallery before coming back to each of you for your valedictory speeches. So we'll just get these gifts. Right. The fun time. Okay, councillors, if you maybe come into the queue, because I'm picking there'll be a few of you. We'll start with Councillor Hapeta.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Didn't expect to be first. Anyway, if you're not first, you're last. I'm going to be fairly brief, but first of all, this is quite a sad day for me, but I'm going to start off with you. I'm going to call you Renee, if you don't mind me calling you Renee. What I'm going to really miss about you is that you speak from your heart, and we're going to miss that, and you're very passionate in your beliefs, and you do keep things real. And I think that's a real true thing to have around the council table. And you're a real champion for the community. So I think that we're going to miss that around this council table. So thank you for everything you've done for us around this council table on this term. Thank you, Renee. Going to you, Miss Alicia, coming onto the council with you was really special. I'm going to miss your sense of fun. You brought fun to the council table when you weren't allowed to. You did it anyway. And I think a few general managers will agree with me on that, with some of the fun that you brought to them as well. But you also had a really in-depth knowledge of the standing orders, so you would point that out several times to us and to other council colleagues when they didn't really want you to bring it up. You had a calmness about you, and I think your calmness was really, really good. And we're going to miss that. And you were very direct at times, particularly when you did your speeches. You were very direct in your comments. And you were a champion for the staff, and you were a champion for Rangatane. And I think we're going to miss that around the council table. And I'm going to particularly miss you as a friend. And finally, Miss Susan, I'm going to miss your dependability, your honesty, your reliability, your integrity, and your ability to shoot from the hip. And you're a definite champion of housing. But I don't think we're going to lose that from the table because we've got others that are champions of housing. But I think all your seats will be very hard to fill. And the three of you is a big loss to us. So from a personal point of view, I hope that you all take care, but we're all going to really miss you. So enjoy your retirement. And that's all for me.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Appreciate the chance to have this opportunity. I think it's a really special time to reflect on a pretty unique term of council with the Zoom meetings and the COVID response. But actual fact, we did achieve quite a bit, and I thought your summary was pretty substantial. But in acknowledging some of our colleagues around the table, Renee, I'd also like to start with you. I think Leonie did hit it on the head. You are very real, and you know where you stand, and I really enjoyed your contribution around the table and your community-mindedness, your real passion and commitment to see better outcomes for housing. And in my professional role, I've really appreciated your contact with ministers coming through and exposing them to some of the work that's been going on quite successfully in the city and advocating for policy higher up the chain. Also with the Pacifica role that you've advocated for, I think you've done that very well and very effectively. And in a more social setting with the Softball World Cup, which was mentioned, you're there most days with your daughters and as a big fan, and I think you're a convert to the sport. And we'll get you some access to the balcony for the November events when we got the World national team here performing under lights, which would be great. So I know you would enjoy that. So it's unfortunate with your health, but I know with your positive approach, you'll make the best out of it and get a full recovery as our wish, our prayer for you. Thank you. Alicia, I've known Alicia probably longer than many of you. I've first met Alicia when she was a young teen at our church, doing a lot of fun events with other fun people. And I was aware of the work she was doing in the youth sector, And when she come across to approach me about maybe catching a coffee, about inquiring about standing for coffee, I had a vacancy pending. Sorry?
Standing for coffee.
Standing for coffee, catching up for coffee to consider standing for council. I was actually managing the YMCA at the time, and I had a pending role coming available, and I thought Alicia would be flat out perfect for it, actually. And so while she was inquiring about council, I was kind of inquiring her about maybe coming on team. And subsequently you did, which was great. We had some great times back with that community organisation. And a role, recreational manager, and if anyone knows Alicia, I think she's at best gets on a table tennis to maybe have a paddle having a go, but she's not really into the sport and exercise type of component that we're after. But she was great with the community and great with the youth programs and great with the team. And so early on I recognised her competencies, her passion, her commitment to those type of activities, and just knew that she had a big future. So coming on council, it's clear, right, that her commitment, her passion, and her conviction, actually, for things that just need to be right. And I think advocating for Māori wards, you were a champion for that, and the outcome's now evident. You did the bikes in schools as a bit of an ambassador of sorts to kind of promote that program through council, and now the results are in most schools have one, a track and equipment. And I think that's just so cool. But the other thing that I always remember is, we don't have many babies born. In fact, you're the only one that's had babies that I've experienced alongside council. And even going into labour while we're interviewing our former CEO, which was kind of unique, and then having the update, we've got a little boy on the blocks, and him joining us around the table like your daughter did following, and it was a great experience, having that family feel around the table, and the way that you just engaged and merged that, I think, was fairly natural, and I think that's what we would want, that environment while the kids are young. So, and so this won't be the last we see of you. We'll see you again around the tracks, just because you're so involved in the community and so committed to it. But you've got so many abilities. Whatever you choose to do, you'll do well. So, best wishes. And I didn't bring tissues, but if you need them later, I'll grab some. Because Alicia thought that she'd bring the tissues because we'd need them. So I just turned that back around. And Susan, I'm pleased I got to serve around the table with you and not your brother. Because the first lady I come across was Les, who had served around the table prior to me coming around. And I just like your personal approach. I think you're you bring your telecom background with that commercial understanding, and yet you've got that community side to you. You've had that bookworm shop in Tāpiro for years and just had that pulse of the community equally. And I think that's a great balance to bring around the table. And your activity of getting around these wider events that we get invited to, and I know in the era when Tangi was about, you'd be like a duo going around to everything at the time, and you've just continued to do that. So you're like a real face in the community that people know to engage with. I remember one of the interesting issues that come around the table was around the roosters and the noise they make in the morning, around needing a bylaw to cater for that. And then Susan must have made some comment around that at the meeting that got published. So she was like the head contact for that suburb for roosters for that era. So I don't know who's going to pick up that role. It's vacant now.
You are.
Oh, great. And housing, of course, too. Like, you've just been a big advocate for housing. I think Papaoi is attributed, primarily to the likes of yourself, Lorna, championing those as combo. But as a wider team, I think it's an important issue, and I think we've done, there's some great things achieved. And your ongoing commitment, I know, to the National Party in the background and the scenes, we'll see you around advocating in our ears on different things around policy. And the only other question mark I wonder is who's going to organise lunch next term. If I'm looking after the roosters, if I get across the line on Saturday, don't take anything for granted. but is who works out where we go for lunch as a suggestion. And I've always enjoyed the social time around, just having some of that more informal chats. So best wishes to you too, Susan. So in summary, I think we've had a great term of council. I've enjoyed the style and workings that we've been able to approach things in, and our adaptability around the interest of COVID and the Zoom meetings and engaging with our community when they were probably most in need. They'll be some of my things that I'm probably most proud of this term. So, ngā mihi nui. Kia ora.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. Just to briefly thank you, firstly, Mr. Mayor, for those extensive comments around the term. I thought that was right on mark, and it has been a largely collegial journey over the last 3 years, despite some of those challenges and headwinds that we'd faced. Just 3 quick highlights out of that for me. One is around Nature Calls, huge amount of work there. Community engagement-wise, it was deep and long, and a huge amount of work from staff as well in that space. Ensuring moderate representation, a huge change in legacy, and while there's still perhaps steps to take to become a perfect reflection of Te Tiriti, we've made real strides in the right direction, and very proud of that. And finally, a start towards climate action in a more deliberate way with the Low Carbon Fund, etc. To colleagues, I also will start with Councillor Dingwall. Renee, I have greatly enjoyed both campaigning and serving with you, and I've learned a tremendous amount along the way, and I am very much the better for it. You've greatly enriched my experience and my worldview over the 3.5 years spanning that campaign and service together. You have absolutely broken new ground here as in 150 years being the city's first Pacifica woman to earn a seat here and to serve here and to bring that voice. You've brought such a valued perspective to this council, and I think one that is far too rarely seen at council tables in Aotearoa, New Zealand, and we were all the better for having that contribution to us. Your time here was only just getting started, and obviously so much of that time had been interrupted by our collective response to COVID. So to see it interrupted in this way is tough. It's one that none of us expected, and one that I'm quite saddened by. That sadness is balanced by a happiness knowing that you're putting your health and your whānau first, and that, despite the difficulty of seeing you go, is absolutely the right choice, and I look forward to whatever those new paths and new opportunities are once you're back to full health. So go well, my friend. To the Deputy Mayor, Alicia, you're closing an early chapter in what I expect will be quite a long and distinguished career in public service here in Aotearoa, and you've achieved a lot during your time at council, and you've inspired many people, including myself, so thank you for that. Just a couple standout examples: Bikes in Schools, a lasting part of the city's young person-focused infrastructure, which is absolutely awesome to have, and you're leading the discussion around moderate representation through some really challenging times. You persevered, and you have helped deliver something that will create a new legacy going forward that will be written year on year on year as this city continues to advance. I am sorry to see you go, but well respect your decision in that regard. I've learned quite a lot from working with you and also from watching you work. Yours has always been a clear, respected, and influential voice at council. And in particular, you've demonstrated the value of good process, of preparedness, good humor, and adopting a progressive yet pragmatic approach. So do enjoy the next chapters in life, whatever you choose to write or perhaps tattoo into them. And finally, to Councillor Beatty, to Susan. You've been tremendously welcoming and collaborative from the first moment. That was well before I was ever on council. And I really saw that as a hallmark of the health of this council and a reason to be part of. You've also been wonderfully no-nonsense. You always just get a really clear, honest, open conversation, which is hugely appreciated in your very, very practical approach. So you've made a tremendous investment in the friendships and in the culture of this council, and it's one that, as others have alluded to, will be missed in terms of some of the practical aspects of it, but one that we will need to consciously continue to strive towards, because you've made huge contributions there. I think you've done an amazing job of taking the work really, really seriously, but not taking yourself too seriously, which is really helpful in terms of actually progressing towards solutions and towards issues. And I'd have to say that despite occasional differences over the 6 years that we've shared here, the dominant theme is common interests and common vision and views on many, many matters, both around this table and beyond, and really, really have appreciated that. You're very much a trusted and respected voice and will continue to be in the community. As others have alluded to, you have shouldered a huge workload. And I think it will only be once you finally walk out the door that it will be clear just how many different pieces of work there are to be picked up, and that you've done so capably for so long on behalf of this community, which is a true legacy. The highlight for me in terms of the individual working relationship with you was very much around Nature Calls. We had a really good rapport through that process, and it saw us working shoulder to shoulder for quite a lot of that time. Your time here will very much be missed as you move on, and I do hope that you don't go too far, Susan. We really do value and respect your input in this community, so thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McLeod.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to also join my fellow colleagues in acknowledging our retiring councillors. To Renee, thank you for being a good friend. When I first got on the council, you were one of the first people to actually embrace me and was very eager to show me how I'm in the process around council and how council works, and also give me updates around council topics and programs that were going on, and helped me caught up with a lot of stuff when I first began. And also, we've had a fair opportunity to go to attend many conferences together as a new councillor, when I joined, and we developed a good friendship over the past 18 months. So I just want to thank you for that, and also for looking out for me on things that I probably didn't get quite right. You know, I enjoy those phone calls that we used to have, and I'm going to miss you. Thank you for your passion for the community, and I think that's something that's that we should appreciate more. Councillors have got passion for the community, and you speak from the heart, and that's what I appreciate a lot about you, and you stand for what you believe, and that's something to respect, so thank you for that. To Alicia, thank you also for being a mentor when I first got elected. Your passion for good process is something to admire, and your advocacy around Maori representation was something inspiring. I remember it being a first, and also just your parkour, your political career has been an inspiration. I remember as a 20-year-old at university in 2013 when you first got elected, and I thought to myself, wow, it's really possible for a young person to get elected, and that there are no barriers, or age should not be a barrier to what you want to do in life. So I want to thank you for being an inspiration for a lot of young people out there, including myself at the time as well. And one of the reasons why I wanted to get on the council as well as a young person was largely, partly because of you. So I want to thank you for that. And thank you for welcoming me as well. When I first started, you took me through the induction process, and we spent a lot of time together. So I want to thank you for your service and your help on the council as well. So thank you very much. To Susan, we have our own dealings outside the council, but I just want to thank you also for your friendship. You're someone who's looked out for me when sometimes I didn't get the things right. And you've been a great source of support in terms of just, the way that your experience and the conversation that we had, you've been a great fountain for me to sort of draw a lot of knowledge and experience, not just around the council, but around every other thing concerning life. You're real, you're honest, and you're very direct, and that's something that I've appreciated about you and the advice that you've given me over the past 18 months. So I want to thank you for that, and I know that your commitment to the community will not stop now that you're retiring, but it will continue on. And I look forward to engaging with you in a not so distant future, because we deal with other stuff. We are part of the same community groups and organizations, so I'm sure I'll be seeing more of you. Thank you for your service, to all three of you, and your commitment to the community, and I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. I trust that the community will have the privilege to access your wisdom and experience as we continue on our journey towards making Palmerston an even better place to live, visit, raise a family, study, and work or do business. And it is particularly exciting to us that you've chosen to go on your own terms and have not been fired by the community. So that's great. That's something to respect. So thank you for that, and I thank you for your service. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Firstly, I'd just like to start by acknowledging you, Mr. Mayor. The collegial environment that many of us talk about, I think, is a lot to do with the leadership that you've provided over the last term. So thank you for that leadership. You've worked extremely hard. That hasn't been unnoticed by all of us. You're patient with us all, and you do let us all have our say, and I think that's very much appreciated. Just to farewell my three colleagues. It is very sad to see you all go. Renee, first of all, I've really enjoyed working with you. I've enjoyed watching your journey of understanding what it means to be a Pacifica leader in our community. And I'm sure that that will stand you in good stead with whatever you choose to do in the future. I've really appreciated how well prepared you've come to meetings. You've really grappled with some of the issues and thought deeply about them and taken the decision-making process really seriously, and I thank you for that. I also really have appreciated your encouragement. It's something that's sometimes a little bit absent in this environment, but at the end of a meeting where you'll send a message to say, you made a really good point about that, or you spoke really well about that. That's something that I've really treasured and really appreciated. Yeah, all the best as you recover, and all the best with whatever you do in the future. But yeah, it's been a real pleasure to work with you. Susan, I do wonder how we're going to be able to figure out where we go for lunch. And I also wonder how we're going to be able to figure out how many books to take at the citizenship ceremonies. But no doubt, whoever's around the table, that'll be two of the first challenges if we get to come back here. But look, I have really enjoyed working with you as Deputy Chair of Finance. That's been a real pleasure. And I've appreciated that you're an independent thinker and that you're not too concerned with what other people think, that you're prepared to speak your view even if it's not one that's shared. Two things that really stand out. One was your very well-considered view when we had to make the BPO decision. I remember that well, and felt that the perspective you brought was a very valuable one to consider with what has, I think, been one of the biggest decisions that we've had to make in the last 3 years. The other thing that really stands out was the leadership you took in 2020 to deliver the community a 1.9% rates increase. And I know when you first mooted that idea, I did say, do you really support for that? But well done, and it shows that it can be done. And I've really appreciated working with you, and we'll really miss you. Alicia, when I think about you, I think you're someone that stands out in the crowd. Even going back 9 years to your billboard, I think your bright red lipstick on that stark white marketing, it really stood out, and I remember other people saying, oh, is she the one with the red lipstick? I mean, I know that's very trivial, but you stood out from the crowd, and certainly over the 9 years, you've stood out from the crowd in many more important and significant ways, and that have been mentioned, and I won't try and go through them all. But yes, you're someone who has forged a path of unwalked territory, and you've done that with amazing ease. I remember often looking across at you with your babies thinking, how well you still managed to articulate your view and be prepared. And I even remember one time when you were chairing the meeting and your baby was there, and I did think, what happens if the baby cries? Who's looking after the baby? And I'm sure there was many of us that would have sorted that out. But I was just so amazed at your calm composure whilst you juggled the multiple challenges that you had. And you did it in an amazingly competent way. You've got a clear sense of what your view is, and you can articulate that very well. And there has been the odd occasion where you've actually changed my mind through your really well-reasoned argument. I've got no doubt that you'll go on to do some significant things in the future, and I wish you all the best with that.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to reflect on this term of council and to reflect on the legacy left by our outgoing colleagues. I absolutely agree with your extensive summary of our many challenges and achievements this term. I think the one I would add to, and Councillor Dennison alluded to, was this would be for me the council term where we finally worked out how to use technology. And that was not without its challenges. And so I do particularly want to thank the governance team for their work in getting us all online. IT has often been a challenge in council. I do remember the Deputy Mayor saying once that young elected members aren't IT support because they were often the only ones who knew how to work the technology. And so I've been grateful to governance that they've stepped in and taken some of that burden off the Deputy Mayor. One of the challenges of this term, and the COVID term, as I think we will summarise it, has been, and was certainly for me, the impact that had on our ability as elected members to be visible in our community. Everything ground to a halt. There weren't the events and community engagements that are the bread and butter of those of us around the table who take that responsibility really seriously. And I do, in reflecting on this term, I do wonder if that also links to the rise that we've seen in misinformation and disinformation in our community, whether that reinforces, for me, the importance of elected members being visibly present in our community in order to have those conversations where we can take the many opportunities that are given to us to share the facts and information that come to us in our position as elected members. And without that, for a large part of this term, I think our community discourse has been poorer. And that will be my reflection going into next term, is that for those who are lucky enough to be around this table, that role in community engagement as an elected member is incredibly important. And actually, something that our 3 retiring members have done very well and modelled that very successfully in their various spheres of influence. The Mayor's already reflected on the youthful quartet of 2030. And I do look back to those days of us coming on, and I don't think any of us quite realised what we were getting ourselves into, but perhaps Alicia, more than most of us, did, having done her homework, which is a hallmark of how she's approached council, is that she knows what she's talking about. And Susan, when I first came on council, you were starting your second term. The dynamic duo of Susan and Tangi has already been mentioned, but I really appreciated your outreached hand in those early days, your offer of knowledge and support, of helping me navigate the complicated arena of how you actually get things done in council. I appreciated that then, and I've appreciated it through the 9 years that we've served together. We'll really miss that from you. And Renee, I'm very sad that this is the end of this part of your journey, and none of us expected that. I wanted to particularly speak about something that we've shared during council that hasn't come up so far, which is the joy that is Creative Communities. Renee has served as my deputy chair in Creative Communities, and I had a quick flick back through our agenda papers for the last 3 years. And I think it's hard to add up because there are a number of repeat offenders in those applications. But I think we've connected with more than 200 community organisations and individuals who have a vision for the creative thinking and the creative process in our community. And I know it's been referenced already that your focus has been on the environment, in many different ways. But I think one of the ways that you've approached that is by recognising the value of creativity, of creative thinking and the creative process. You've been an absolute powerhouse in that creative community space and such a support to me that I really don't know how I'd have got through the last 3 years without you. Because not only do we receive and read all of those applications, but we interview a solid 80 to 90% of the applicants. And Renee has more than pulled her weight in that space. She's been diligent and, more than that, enthusiastic in the face of an unrelenting workload, and I have so appreciated that. I think your leadership in this space and as a Pacifica leader was recognised when you were funded for your Pacifica leadership course that's taken you out of Palmerston North a little bit, but then unfortunately went online. And I'm so looking forward to seeing what you do with all of the experience and learning of this 3 years as you recover your health, and we all join Councillor Dennison's prayers in that regard, and go forward from here. So thank you, colleagues, for a great term. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership in all of that, for giving us all the space to follow our passions, to investigate the things that we're interested in, to bring those things into conversation with colleagues where those things are shaped, sometimes changed, often amended, usually on the fly in this forum, and bringing a positive approach to how we do council together. It has been a real pleasure, and I hope to be back next week doing it all again. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your summary of the term, which I don't intend to repeat, but I thought was absolutely correct. I think some highlights for me have been the continued build at Papayoa Place and being able to open those units for seniors, being able to invest money into the low carbon fund and actually seeing the council emissions properly calculated, and then even better seeing them reduce over time has been, that has been a highlight for me. And I think going forward, that is an area that we're going to need even more focus and resources on. I'll just signal that now. But anyway, on to my retiring colleagues. And it's not lost on me that we're losing 3 women from council. It is an environment that I think is particularly difficult for women. And I'm not going to make any bones about that. And so I want to acknowledge really the personal sacrifice that each of you has made to be on council. It's not actually easy to give up your family time or your pet time or anything else for all of the extra effort that goes into being in council. It's not easy to put yourself out there in the public eye, particularly as a woman, and even more so as a young woman or a woman of colour, to suffer the slings and arrows that come towards you. And all of you have suffered that from time to time. And just want to acknowledge it takes bravery and determination to stick at it. Particularly, Alicia, I know over Murray Wards you received a lot of abuse a lot of abuse, but you did not waver. So I think that I really want to acknowledge that for all three of you, because I know that, you know, Susan gave up her library, which was her absolute passion, in order to be able to spend more time doing council work. And, you know, Renee also has a young family who have, you know, grown up while she's been on council. And, you know, families sacrifice a lot when we take on a public service role. They don't ask to be in the public eye. They don't ask for us to be out at evenings and weekends and giving up family time, but they take that on board. So I just want to acknowledge that for all of you, because I think you've all been extremely hardworking and given wholehearted commitment to the community in service, and it's been very much appreciated. In terms of, I'll just have to refer to my partner first of all, Susan. Susan and I have worked really closely together on council, and honestly, it's been an absolute delight. And more than that, it's been a fantastic strategy. Because Susan and I worked out early on that if we both agreed on something, everyone else would just fall in line. They're denying it now, but you can go back and look at the voting records. Particularly in the area of housing, which we're both passionate about. And, you know, it's been great to be able to work with Susan, you know, acknowledging that Susan is, you know, blue through and through, and I'm red through and through. But honestly, we've been really able to work well together, and I think that that's a good demonstration of how you have to be in local government if you want to get things done. You can't just be, you know, talking to people that think exactly like you. You have to be prepared to collaborate and to compromise at times. And I think that, you know, Susan has been very open to working with me, which she might not have been, but she has. And we've worked really well together. And I just want to thank you for that, Susan, because I know that possibly it hasn't always been easy, but it's been very productive and well worthwhile. So thank you for that. And I also, because no one's mentioned it yet, want to acknowledge Susan's commitment to Bunnythorpe. So, you know, Susan has been, you know, diligent in attending the Bunnythorpe community meetings along with Bruno, and reporting back to council and building relationships in Bunnythorpe. And, you know, that has been quite an achievement. So I do think that that shouldn't go unmentioned. And the other thing I just want to say about Susan is that I've really loved that you always know where you are with Susan. Like, there's no pretense, you know. If you've annoyed Susan, she'll tell you straight up, you know. And I like that. I like that. And if she thinks something's good, she'll you know, acknowledge that. If it's not, she'll also tell you. And actually, that's really helpful, because we haven't really got time to be dancing around what people mean or their hidden agendas. We just need to know where people stand, and I've appreciated that. But one thing I want to say about Susan is she's scrupulously fair. And I think that fairness and integrity are very important, and Susan has got those qualities. And I just want to finally finish on Susan by saying that I promise to ask all the right questions, Susan, because Susan has often said that I've stolen her question. But I know that you're concerned that we still ask lots of questions, especially about finance, and I shall endeavour to step up to the mark. So, Alicia, you have really, I think, been often put in a challenging situation in council, but you've stepped up. And I think no one's really mentioned yet the fact that you stepped up to be deputy mayor, which is not an easy role, you know, and I think that it was something that, you know, perhaps you weren't seeking at that time. None of us really expected Tangi to be abandoning us for pastures new. But nevertheless, it was something that you stepped up to. It took a lot of extra time and commitment. And I think that, you know, you did very well in that role. So congratulations on being prepared to do it, and also on, you know, for facilitating things behind the scenes and perhaps lots of things that we didn't even know about. So congratulations for that. One thing I will remember about Alicia is her ability to wear heels to every event, whether that be a walk around a building site or you know, a trip to a subdivision. and also mostly to coordinate the heels with the fluoro vest as well. So I think that's quite an achievement and should be mentioned. And one other thing that hasn't been commented on so far is that Alicia had a big role to play nationally in the Young Elected Members organisation and has been a bit of a mentor and organiser for that group. And I'm sure that they'll also miss your leadership and, yeah, your experience, I suppose, in local government, which has, I know when you started in Young Elected Members, there were very few of you, and that group has grown. But still, I think that the experience that you've been able to contribute to them will be very much appreciated. And we're sorry to see you go. I particularly appreciated your reliability as a progressive voice around the table and your commitment to sustainability. And Renee, I'm just so sad that you're leaving. I really am. You've been such a reliable voice for the community and someone that I could depend on for, you know, a considered positive comment for community, always. And that is something that I've very much valued. And I think in terms of bringing Pacifica a bit more into the open, to give Pacifica a specific voice in terms of the Pacifica reference group, to bring Pacifica into the people and community portfolio, I think you've forged new ground there, definitely. And it hasn't always been easy, I acknowledge that, but you've stuck at it. And you unfortunately, you had the illness at the start where you missed the induction. Then we had COVID, and now you've had sort of ill health at the end. And I think when I consider all of those challenges, what you've achieved has been really good. But the one thing that I'm going to hold very dear is the fact that you seconded my absolutely crazy motion to double the social housing building fund in the long-term plan, where even some of the very progressive faces around the table were looking a little nervous, but you did not falter. And I thank you for that, because we now have 14 million in that fund, so that's excellent. So just want to thank you all for your service and say, we will miss you. And I do hope that, you get some rest and relief from council. But then when your batteries are recharged, that you find something new, exciting to lend your talents to. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll go online to Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Your evaluation of the council over the last term has been very correct and very good. It has been probably the most collegial council I've served on. It's amazing how we can have an argument in the council chamber, but we can leave the council chamber and it's left there. That's been a very, very good feeling over this term, where you can go into the councillor's room and you don't go and get picked on by people who have disagreed with you in council. So that's been one very good thing. And the other thing that I would like to highlight was Papio Place. To have Papio Place completed after all those years, I think was one of to me, the greatest achievement of this council. And of course, the $14 million, that is another achievement. And as far as my retiring councillors go, I'm not going to repeat what everybody else does, but I'll do it in reverse order. Susan, I've enjoyed your tellings off. You were very, very good at it. Whether I listened to you or not is another story, but I've enjoyed them. I've enjoyed your term on council. Your very forthright opinion. You are so honest, it's amazing. And you are willing to bridge a gap, and you are willing to listen to debate. So I've really enjoyed your term, Susan. Enjoyed the battles, and I've really enjoyed your company. Alicia, you've done a fantastic job as Deputy Mayor, there's no doubt about that. You've filled the role and you've done it boots and all. And I don't think anyone else could have done it better, to be perfectly honest. The one good thing I'd like to say about Alicia is your attitude to older people has definitely changed slightly in your term, and I hope it continues to do so. Renee, I've enjoyed working with you, particularly over the reference groups and how we worked together to try and get a few things done. We didn't win everything, but we worked together and I enjoyed that. I really want to comment on your values around community and how you think community and the people are our greatest asset. And it's a shame that we're losing you. And I hope whoever replaces you has that community belief. And I've enjoyed working with you, and go well and enjoy your life. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and there's been some wonderful comments around the table this morning, so I'm not going to repeat them all, but what I will say is that the last term, I think, is probably, or this term has been, a very collegial affair, and I think that those councillors who are leaving us, I think, have been a big contributor to that. So I'm just going to make just a very brief comment about each of the councillors that are leaving us. Firstly, Renee, you got onto council, I think, through sheer hard work. And I remember I was leafleting, I think, sort of over in the western part of the city, and I'd frequently bump into Renee, who was also doing the same thing, door knocking and talking to people. And so you actually got onto council through very, very hard work and diligence. The other thing, comment which I'd make about you is that you brought yourself to council. So your life experience enriched our experience. So that is something which I think needs to be acknowledged. You're supported here by Hugh and your family today, which I think is a testament for you. And the last comment from you, for you, Renee, is that I will be seeing plenty more of you because, unbeknown to many people here, Renee actually serves on the Methodist Social Services Board, and I will see you there, and thank you very much for your continued community service in that regard. Alicia Rutherford. A wee anecdote about Alicia is that she was the chair of the Planning and Strategy Committee, and I have a recall of our first agenda meeting, and the only thing I'll say is that council officers were late, and I'm just pleased that I was not. Alicia, you have a way of making sure that you are direct and everybody understands what it is that you're thinking. Your contributions to the council and my time that I've been involved with council is your advocacy for both youth and also for childcare. And that is something which has not been mentioned so far. And I think, if I recall correctly, going into the last election, you were advocating publicly for more childcare support, and that was actually in the face of quite a bit of opposition. But you stuck to your guns. And I thought that it might have actually been a bit of a fatal move, but you managed to pull it off. So that, I think, is one of your great achievements. And in terms of on Planning and Strategy Committee, thank you very much for choosing me as your Deputy Chair. I contributed nothing, but I really appreciate the fact that you're a really, really great councillor, and I thank you for your mentorship. Really pleasing to see that both your mum and dad are here today to support you, and that I think that's a testament to you and your commitment to family, whānau, and the like. So I am certainly going to miss your sense of mischief when you go, and safe travels. Susan, I can't say much about you, other than that I've really admired your ability to find your way around the finance and audit world, which is certainly not my strength. So I really have appreciated your opinions on those kind of things. You're pragmatic, you're ethical, and you have a great reservoir of common sense. So I think we're really going to miss your expertise around this table. Everybody else has mentioned sort of, the lunches and things like that, and the organisation skills around that. But I think between the three of you, there is some very, very large shoes to fill, and I think we will be the poorer for your departure. So I just want to say thank you to you all and best of luck. Cheers. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Petrinas.
Thank you, Your Worship. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for outlining the summary of work and by leading such a positive council team. It just goes to show that when you have a positive team, you'd be amazed at what you can achieve. I would also concur with a lot of the comments that people have made about our 3 retiring councillors, but there were some key highlights that I had with them that I would like to relate. And the first one is the Deputy Mayor, Alicia. You make a wonderful RMA Commissioner. I still recall going out to a country to have an inspection of a site because there was a stormwater problem on there. And we hopped out of the car, and this problem was about 100 metres away. And we moved about 10 metres, and your ankles started to get buried in the mud. And I recall you saying, I understand your problem, thank you. And so we stopped there and went back home. So you're very pragmatic. And I think the other thing that's underrated is your actual sort of work that you did for the Ashes community. I think they have really sort of appreciated your input into there. For Councillor Dingwall, I recall 3 years ago, we got to know each other very well on the banks of the Centennial Lagoon. At that stage, we had had a whole day in the chalet on the long-term plan. We had been told we were becoming palmy, and you were waiting for your husband to come and pick you up. So we sat down and had a very long talk, and you explained to me your background, and I told you about my background, and you demonstrated your passion for Pacifica. And I went home after that meeting thinking, gee, this is going to be a wonderful term with such positive people. And for your problem that you have, stay positive. There will be a positive outcome, and thank you. For Councillor Beattie, well, I knew Councillor Beattie's father, Les Beattie, and he always used to tell me all about Susan, and I learnt to behave myself very quickly. But again, it's going to be tested tonight as Susan takes me to the Bunnythorpe Community Hall for the community plan or meeting. And Susan's always been the Bunnythorpe Action Plan advocate. And if I was to ask her, say, what is on this list of problems? Leave it to me, I'll sort it out. So we'd go to the meeting and Susan would get up and talk to the community about the action plan or where things were at, and there would be no questions asked. So she's been very positive and very helpful in the actual community in Bunnythorpe. She is the queen of Bunnythorpe. There is no doubt about that. But thank you very much to all the councillors for a wonderful term. I think there's been challenges in many, many areas, but I think if the rest of local government in New Zealand had such a positive team, local government would be in a better position.
Councillor Butt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I intentionally pushed the button in the end so that I could endorse all the sentiments and all the comments that has already been conveyed. But anyway, I'll be doing a little bit different from all of you. I won't name any of the retiring colleagues. I'll comment a few words so that you can understand who am I talking about. So the first one, I just want to say thank you for the very first and wise advice when I was getting onto the council. I hope you understand who this lady was. With her behavior, throughout the last 3 years, I have never felt that whether she is on the left or right. I tell you a story. We were returning from a consultation session from Levin. I won't name the driver. And then we started a discussion of left and right. And the driver said, I'm almost driving in the middle. And that colleague of mine who is retiring, She said, yeah, almost. The driver said, do you want me to go on the right? She said, no, 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 please don't go. There is traffic coming from the right. And then he said, do you want me to go more towards left? She said, no, I'm happy in the middle. All right, so I hope she will be helping both on left and right after her retirement. Thank you very much for your service. The second one, many comments have been passed, and we just missed one aspect of her life or one expertise of her. I have traveled with this lady more than 3 times to different conferences. And I won't say the grandmotherly behavior, I would say grandmotherly care and help she has been given to us and the other traveling companions was amazing. We never felt that we will be in trouble or we need anything else while she was with us. And I hope she understands that I'm talking about her. The third one, I loved your passion and the way you conducted yourself, even sometimes when you felt that you were not dealt rightly or you wanted to protest against something. The way you protested and the way you conducted yourself was amazing for me, and I learned a lot from you. Thank you very much, all of you, for your service and your help you have been providing throughout the last 3 years. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you, councillors. I will now ask Mr Te Aweawe if he would like to speak, which I'm sure he will.
He honere korore ki te atua, he maunganong ki te whenua, he whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Tēnā ko he te rangatira.
Kia ora.
Rangatira katoa, he kui mai koroma, ngā iwi ngā hau e whā. Tēnā koutou, a tēnā koutou katoa. Hutia te retua tarakeke. Ka hit ko moko e ko, ka rere ki uta, ka rere ki tai. Ki mai ki au, he hata me nui o te au, mā kui ki atu, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata, he tangata. Whakatau ki te pēti te awe. Kua kaupaupi au te araha mo koutou, e whakahoti. Mr Mayor, may I acknowledge you first for the relationship that you have forged with the Rangatani. And I had them people out the promised land there saying, is he standing again? We like that fella. I said, he's not too bad. He said, there's one fault. I said, even the good Lord rested on the 7th day. So I had to tell him to start taking it easy, mow his lawns. Renee, we met quite often at Widem's office to discuss things, and you kept bringing these green clothes. I thought she must be a greenie, and I was right. But may I say this, Renee, I thought you had guts when we were out with our placards, trying to get elected, and you were there too. So, a big ups to you, and I am somewhat saddened to see you retire. But I think when one door closes, another opens. So all the best. And remember, don't drink instant coffee, just lattes and flat whites. Alicia, the Deputy Mayor. Wow. I want to say thank you for what you did with the Maori wards. Because we had a whole lot of people hissing at us and hating us and everything, and you stood your ground. And that to us, for Rangatani, meant a lot. So I want to thank you so much, and you are a mischief, but a good mischief, if there can be such a thing. But I want to, and you're right, you love those high-heel shoes. But I just want to encourage you on this, and you do have a belief in the Paipiri Tapu, which is great to hear. We swapped a couple of notes, and I hear your thing there. But I'm sure some doors will open for you. But the great thing is, if I can encourage you on this, enjoy your family. Before you know it, they're all grown up and left home. So enjoy those years with them. You can never catch those back. Suzanne, what can I say about you? Right, number one, I thought she was a bit strange. You know why? I'd see a meeting with, she's an international party, and she'd be leading with this fellow from the Labour Party. And I'd be having swapping notes, and I'm thinking, this is strange. Must be another party they're going to form coming up. Who knows? But Aroha mai, I forgot to mention too. That's why I gave that whakatauki to Peti Te Aoiao. I've laid down the foundation of peace. And he was saying to Rangatani, we need to walk together. And Alicia, Renee, you guys have done that, and also you, Sue. You've always been there. I want to thank you too. When I first stood for council, you said, can I have some of your flyers? I said, certainly. And she was promoting me. I thought, this is a good lady. I'm bound to get in now. And I did. But politics is a funny game. And, you know, it's a thankless thing because a lot of people don't see the hard work that goes in behind the scenes. And then the criticism comes, and then, you know, thing. I want to acknowledge too my whanaunga Ruma Karatiana there. And I mentioned a lady called Mina McKenzie. And she spent years grabbing Ruma and I and trying to get us into iwi politics, trying to get us into council things. And look at us today, Ruma. We're walking in. She'd be so proud. But, you know, I think you're great people. 3 women, eh? I wonder if we're going to get 3 women again. Who knows? Who knows if any of us are going to get back in. But God bless you 3 ladies. Enjoy your retirement. And remember, live each day to the fullest. I'm a bit worried about you, Sue, because I went to my office yesterday, Pat. I'd come in, I've got the reserve sign, so, you know, I sit at my reserve seat. Right next to my table is a whole lot of ladies, and it's Sue. I thought she's trying to get into my office here, but anyway. So God bless you guys, and remember, enjoy each day, because you never know what happens the next day. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you, Wiramu. I'll now just open it up to anybody in the audience if they would like to speak, and if they do, perhaps just come up to the microphone here. It was very quick.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief, but it's a pleasure to be here as the city's MP. I took up the invitation of the Mayor to come to this morning's meeting. And I'm quick to get here because when I left this place nearly 2 years ago, I made a commitment that I wouldn't come back. And so I've held true to that commitment for nearly 2 years. So the invitation, though, I'll take up. And the reason why I wanted to just make some brief comments is because it's an interesting situation having joined most people, apart from Councillor Michelad. At the start of this term, I was one of your colleagues around the table. And so for 1, 7 and 10 years, I have sat alongside the councillors who have made the decision to retire. And Councillor Michelad, again, is correct. It's a nice position to be in when you're able to make that decision yourself to leave this place rather than being fired by the community. But I do just want to acknowledge the leadership of the Mayor through the last term, and I know that has been noticed not just in the city but beyond the city boundaries. I want to just acknowledge Councillor Dingwall, who I've served 1 year around the table with you in this context. I remember when you were first elected, you were very eager to get into it, and I know we've had a number of conversations about our Pacifica community, and I know that Councillor Barrett had touched on this, that you can, moving forward, ensure that there is a legacy and that you are the first elected woman of Pacifica heritage to sit around this table. And so I know that having been at many Pacifica community activities with you over the last 3 years, that it's a particular space that you have continued to grow some comfort in, and I know that that will continue to be the space and place moving forward. And obviously health is really important, and I wish you well moving forward as well. To the Deputy Mayor, who I think has always been an advocate for vulnerable members in our community, and I use that term very broadly. I know that you have taken on this role as the Deputy and that you've done it extremely well. Not once has the Deputy Mayor come to the former Deputy Mayor for any advice, which is fantastic. But I do want to acknowledge the other roles that you have had whilst you've been the Deputy Mayor. You've been the Chair of the Hearings Committee. I know that that is a huge amount of work that often goes unnoticed. Many people think that the only bit of work that the Hearings Committee Chair does is when they make some preemptive decisions or they chair a hearing. There is a lot of effort that goes into all the preparation and obviously the writing of decisions as well, so I want to acknowledge that. And also your role as Chair of the Chief Executive Performance Committee or panel. One of the hardest roles of that particular responsibility is the process around appointing a new chief executive, and I know that from experience, so I want to acknowledge your hard work in that space. And also the fact that actually the Deputy Mayor of this city is often a role that many others don't get any insight into. Other Deputy Mayors around the country don't, in my view, work as hard as the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor here in Palmerston North. It's something that has evolved over recent times, and I know that you've taken that responsibility really well, but also that you've executed it well as well. So my best wishes, but I know this won't be the last time that I see you. And Councillor Beattie, who I've sat alongside for 10 years plus. There's been reference to the duo, not the quartet, but the dynamic duo. And I know, it's no secret around this particular council table, actually it's probably no secret in the city, that over the last 10 years and then some, Councillor Beattie and I have become really good friends, and that has continued even though we wear different political colours, and I'm sure that when people see us having lunch and what have you, there might be a few things ticking through people's minds. There is no plan for another party or anything, it's just a love for this community. And so I know that will continue once I leave here. But I do want to acknowledge the additional work that you've put in terms of Roslyn Reach in the community. You have championed for that, been a champion for that community for many years, and also the work that you've done with the DLC and with hearings is something really important. And I know that your retirement will provide an opportunity for you to spend more time on yourself and doing things that you enjoy, but I know that that people around this particular table and in this community will miss what you bring to the decision-making table. So to everyone, all the very best for the weekend. We'll see what that looks like after the weekend, but thanks again, Mr. Mayor, for having me, and continue to go well. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Tangi. Anybody else wish to speak? Rumour.
Tēnā tātou katoa. Just reinforcing Wirumu's comments on behalf of Rangitani. I really appreciate over the last 2 terms of this council how much progress we have made. And in the most difficult term that we've just been through, we've somehow made more progress again. And it's a tribute to all of council members that has happened. We as Rangitani deeply appreciate the depth of that relationship and the way it is reflected positively and deliberately by processes of council. So thank you for that. I've been very heartened by that thing on the screen, acknowledgement of service. We're not very good at that in New Zealand. So I just appreciate the opportunity to acknowledge all of you for the service that you've given over this term. For our 3 wahine toa, Alicia, Renee and Susan, a particular thanks to all of you for your service that you've given us. And I hope to see many of you back here around this table. We are very blessed in the city that we have such a diverse council. It hasn't escaped many of our notice that the people we are losing are all female. But that's only one reflection of diversity. But I hope that we see yet again after the elections another diverse and capable council. Thank you for your.
Kia ora, thanks, Rumour. All right, okay. It's your time now. So maybe I start with you, Renee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It has been an absolute honour to represent our community as the first Pasifika woman and the first Samoan elected to the Palmerston North City Council. And it has been a privilege steering this waka alongside all of you. We have been through some turbulent waters. Dealing with the global pandemic was not something I had considered when I put my hand up for this role. It wasn't part of my pros and cons. It didn't feature in my risk assessments. But it is what it is, and we've all learnt a huge amount from this experience. We have all worked really hard over the last 3 years. We have worked together, and we have made some really cool things happen. I want to say a massive thank you to Rangitāne, to Wiremu and Trieste, Nine, Warren and Virginia, Chris, Peter, Ruma, Danielle. Thank you for your aroha, your kōrero, and your patience over the last 3 years. As Pacifica, I have tried to ensure my decisions have a positive impact on tangata whenua, tangata moana, and the wider community, and I valued your wisdom and experience. I supported the development of Te Motuopotoa, the leasing of OP Reserve to Ngāti Hineatu Hapu Authority Kohanga Reo, and I'm most proud of voting in favour of Māori wards. It is super exciting to see Rolly Fitzgerald and Debbie Marshall-Lobb step into this space. I also want to say thank you to Todd for your guidance, wherever Todd is. Whaawhitai tele lava, and a massive thank you to my Pacifica community, to our MP, Tangi Utikeri. Thank you for being the first Pacifica to serve our community at this table. It was a privilege to work alongside you before you were called to Parliament. I also want to acknowledge our other local MP, Tiano Tuiono. Thank you for your support and continuous mahi. To our Pacifica leaders, thank you for your tireless work supporting our community. And to our wider Pacifica community, I have tried my best to make sure Pacifica voices are heard at this table. I supported the establishment of a lead Pacifica councillor and the Pacifica Reference Group, and I'm incredibly humbled by the sheer talent and experiences we have sitting at that table. I look forward to our people working together to make Pāmi a thriving and more welcoming place for tangata moana. And Salome, thank you for your leadership. I'm going to go with councillors because we all don't know how long we're named councillors for, so no first names for me. Councillor Barrett, thank you for encouraging me to take on this role. The last 3 years have felt like a lifetime, especially when I think about cycle lanes and parking fees. Being on council and thinking about climate change has taught me a lot of patience. But the conversations around this table have been changing, and I feel like we're heading in the right direction when it comes to looking after our planet and looking after our people. And a lot of that actually is because of you. Councillor Johnson, thank you for the tireless work you do in the community space and in housing and in everything else. We have achieved a lot. I still can't believe we managed to double our social housing budget from $7 million to $14 million. And I'm actually really sad that I'm not here for the next LTP when you try and triple that. Councillor Bowen, the life of the party. It has been an absolute pleasure working alongside you, being on the Creative Communities panel, funding panel with you. That has been a highlight of my council career. Hearing artists talk about their projects and supporting them to bring their ideas to life. That has been so rewarding. Councillor Naylor, thank you for being the first elected member to sit down and go through accounts with me. I have always enjoyed talking through the numbers with you, especially when we actually agree on something. Councillor Butt, thank you for always taking photos of us. If it wasn't for you, no one would ever know what we look like. Councillors Harpiter, Findlay, Michelad and Dennison, thank you for the robust debates and the laughs in the councillor lounge. Councillors Meehan, who isn't here at the moment, and Petrinas, thank you for the laughs in the chambers. The amount of times I nearly choked on my coffee when I'm supposed to be serious, oh my. Mr. Mayor, we have not always agreed on everything, but I'm really glad that we are both passionate about Palmerston North. It has been a pleasure serving with you on the Keisha Birch Trust and learning more about our city's history. Councillor Beattie, I won't repeat all of the comments that everybody else has said, but I agree with all of them. You have done an amazing job serving our city, and you have also tried to look after each of us as well. I appreciate the work you have done, both with the finances and in the housing space. Deputy Mayor Rutherford, you have been an inspiration. It is not easy being a young woman in this environment, and you have made it look easy. Thank you for your years of service to our community, and thank you for the extra care you have taken with me since I became ill. Oh, to our council staff, thank you for your mahi, particularly to Chris, the ELT, to Hannah and the governance team, Julie, Masuma, Stephanie, Anton, Mike, and everyone else I've had the privilege of working with. I've appreciated your advice and skills that you bring to this space. And thank you to my family, to my parents, my siblings, my wonderful husband, and my gorgeous girls. Thank you for your support that has enabled me to be here in the first place. None of my achievements have ever been mine alone. They've been from the support of my family, the support of the community, the council staff, and elected members. So I want to acknowledge my ancestors, all those who came before me, and I acknowledge the generations still to come, the motivation for all of this mahi. I wish the new council all the best as you continue the next journey. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Ina mana, ina reo, tēnā koutou katoa. He mihi ki te atua, nāna nā mea katoa. Rangitānei, te mana whenua, tēnā koutou katoa. He tangata tiritia hou. Mr. Mayor, e te kahika, tēnā koe. Ka mihi ki tōko whānau, mō tō araha, tō manaki, tō tautoko mai ina wā katoa. Firstly, can I acknowledge the comments from you, Mr. Mayor, from iwi, and from our colleagues. Ngā mihi. I've gone back and forth over the last few weeks about the best way to sum up the past 9 years. I have a number of memories I've reflected on, mostly good, a few challenges, but all of which have given me a chance to grow as a person. And for this opportunity to serve our city, I am truly grateful. I want to acknowledge the partnership we have with Rangitānei. It has been a real pleasure to see this go from strength to strength, to have open and honest kōrero and intentionally seek out opportunities for this partnership to grow. One thing I'm immensely proud of is our Māori ward. It has not been an easy journey for many, and when we launched our campaign a few years back, Kia Kotahi Mai, we spoke to people about joining as a community, about the unity that Māori wards would bring while recognising diversity, and that this was a positive step forward for Pāmi. My support for Māori wards has always been driven by the aspiration that I have to take every opportunity I can to uphold and honour Te Tiriti o Waitangi. And this decision, the decision that this council made to introduce a Māori ward, will forever be my proudest moment serving. I can safely say I never entered local government thinking I would develop a keen interest in good process, planning and resource management. Some would argue this is the less glamorous side of things, but these are areas that I think are immensely important to participation and planning for the future of our community. And I hope future councils will continue to place a high importance in this space. The past 9 years have come with challenges too, and I do want to highlight one of those which can be often unseen. Councillor Johnson has touched on it. So possibly no surprise, but to many it's the challenge of social media. 9 years ago, I had a very strong social media presence, using Facebook as a tool to engage with our community, to keep them informed of both council decisions and providing a window into life as an elected member. As a young woman in politics, I really had no idea what I was getting myself into in this space. The requests for sexual photos in exchange for a vote at election time, unwanted images of male genitalia, and the stream of negative comments is not something that was included in our induction to council. I know my personal experience is one shared by many others, particularly women and particularly young elected members. I believe that we have to push back on the narrative that since we decide to run for a public role, we therefore deserve what we get on social media. This should not be the case. Along the way, we've confused what it means to hold elected people accountable for the way that they vote. The research is clear that social media targets and promotes conflict, and by putting ourselves out there to engage with our communities, we're making ourselves targets for people to say things via a keyboard that they would never say to our face. And I acknowledge that this is a much larger issue than just elected members in local government. However, we need to start talking about social media and its effect on people. We as a council have a collective responsibility to make sure that we are making being an elected member something that our diverse community here in Palmy can aspire to, and clearly more work needs to be done in this space. One of the things that excites me most about this organisation is the amazing staff that we have, and I have been so grateful to work with many of them over the years. People who turn up to mahi because they love what they do and they want to be a part of shaping our city's future. It won't come as a surprise to people that I have been disappointed in some of our council's decisions around investing in our workforce. For an organisation our size, it's very easy to remove capacity with the notion of saving a few dollars. However, the reality is that takes time to rebuild. Building capacity is about human interactions and relationships, and to do that effectively over a long term requires resourcing, wellbeing support, time, and a desire to make Palmerston North City Council the best place to work. Chopping the remuneration budget before the review even got off the ground is a moment from this year I'm still disappointed in. I believe that this will be a significant investment over the coming years, and that decision is just going to delay the inevitable. Our people are our most important resource, and we must invest in them as a priority. There are lots of opportunities within local government, and one area that I would like to see LGNZ take a stronger look at is supporting the wellbeing of elected members. We're in a unique position in governance, with no traditional boss, limited accountability that comes around every 3 years. Checking in with elected members, supporting them and keeping them safe is up to individual councils, leaving some elected members across Aotearoa well supported, while others are left to navigate things on their own. If local government is to be an attractive place for people from all walks of life, then we need to do a better job of looking after people in their roles. Now, I don't want to let this opportunity pass with a few acknowledgements. So firstly, to my colleagues, it's mostly been a pleasure working with you over the years. Some of you wind me up at times, but I'll happily admit that I am the first who enjoys winding most of you up, and it really has been a pleasure. Susan and Renee specifically, it's been an honour to work with you both. Both very strong advocates for our community, clear about your values, and happy to stand firm on those. I wish you both all the best and look forward to continuing our friendships. Mr Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to serve our city as Deputy Mayor. Our class of 2013 did pretty well, didn't we? To the HQ whānau, both past and present, I don't really know what to say here. I miss the team that we've created. I'm grateful for the support that I've been given in my role, the friendships we've created, the laughs and the tears, our official HQ meetings, and more. Thank you. I want to thank a group of people, some of whom are watching online, who have supported and encouraged me, been an ear to listen, to brainstorm solutions, and to genuinely dream about the future of Aotearoa with, and that's the Young Elected Members Network. I'm so proud to have been there from the beginning, to see it grow into what it is today. I'm grateful for the friendships I've made and will forever be cheering them on from the sidelines. And if I could make one request of my council colleagues as I'm on my way out, I think that would be to continue to push the idea of Palmerston North as the Hawaii of New Zealand. I really love this city so much, and I'm very optimistic about its future. I'm looking forward to starting a new chapter, in the short term at least, some downtime to read a book and do a puzzle. I don't quite know yet what my next step will be. I just really want to be involved in cool things that have cool outcomes for our community. So maybe if you're all lucky, it won't be the last you'll see of me. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
And finally, Councillor Beattie, Susan.
Well, it's 3 sleeps to go. And thank you all so much for your lovely, kind words this morning. It's just fantastic. Being a councillor has just been one of the best things of my life. When I first got appointed, when I got my little badge, and I'm wearing that the first time I've actually worn it since council. It's been in its box, and I've just was so proud to be in this chamber when I was first elected. And I decided I wasn't going to get emotional, so I'm going to read my speech. I'll try not to make my speech bigger than Ben Herb, so I've managed to get it down to 20 pages. And I know it's a special day because Councillor Denison Vaughan came 5 minutes early today. When I look back, I think the one thing that triggered me to stand for council was when I was walking around the old post office building and banged into the veranda. I knew it wasn't there, and I knew nothing about it, and I was appalled that it had been allowed and that it had all been done behind closed doors. This wouldn't happen today. As most of you know, I hate public speaking, so I decided to do a submission in May 2010 for the annual plan, and if I decided that, I decided I'd stand for council. It was the only second time I had been in the council chamber. The first time was when my dad was married here over 30 years ago. So the chamber holds really special memories for me. At the end of my submission, I knew it was the right place for me, and I could feel my dad with me and announce my intention to stand. And I can feel my dad here today. I must admit, my first 3 months on council in the chamber really terrified me. Every time I looked up and saw you, Janine, I was shaking, and I was too scared to open my mouth in case I put my big foot on it, and I have been known to do that. But I got over that, and thank you, Janine, for being so kind to me over the years. In my first year of council, I got my RMA accreditation, which led me to be one of the 3 council-appointed panel members for the sectional district plan review. For nearly a year, the review took over my life. There was over 200 hours of reading and hearings involved. The documentation at the end of it nearly took up a full document bin to get rid of. I actually really enjoyed it, but was pleased when it was all done. The technical documents were a bit heavy going, and it took me some time to really to read another Section 32 report again. It was in my first year I also started my association with the Bunnythorpe community, and that was when the boundary change first started. So I've had a long association with Bunnythorpe, and I've always felt for them for the fact that they were forced to come into the Palmerston North boundary when they didn't want to. So I have a soft spot for Bunnythorpe, and that's why I've been tied up with them for so many years. In 2012, I was appointed the Deputy Chair of the DLC. I think I got that role by default, there's no one wanted it. But it was a new challenge, and I found I actually really enjoyed it and took over as chair in 2016 and will continue on that role after council, so I'm not disappearing. In year 4, I was very proud to be appointed chair of finance. I had nightmares before my first meeting that councillors would raise points of order and start quoting standing orders that I didn't understand. But you've all behaved so well, and I've been very supportive, so I thank you. Just a few of you have trouble with what is a comment and not a question. In Year 6, I took on the housing portfolio and was appointed to the Papayoa Housing Steering Group. And it's just been such a pleasure to be able to see those little units being evolved. It was great pleasure that I won the $5 bet with Councillor Finlay that the flats wouldn't get started by July the 1st that year. So I had great pleasure taking that $5 off him. I drive past those flats most days and I'm so proud to be part of that project. Year 7, I was one of the 4 councillors appointed to the BPO project, and I now know what periphyton is and reverse osmosis. I can't believe I visited 8 wastewater treatment plants and actually enjoyed the experience. But I'm pleased we got the BPO to the consenting stage. I'm very proud of the many assets that we now have and the existing ones that we have improved. In the future, I'll be able to walk around our city, and I was born and bred in this city, and I'll be able to walk around and see all the assets that I've been involved in and supported, and it's just going to be a great pleasure to be able to look at each one as I go past and say, yeah, I was supportive of that. There is one building, however, I have been disappointed about, and that is the state of the TNG building. I had raised it in my May 2010 submission. It has always annoyed me that council didn't have the power to get the owners to paint it. However, I am so happy about the sale of the old post office building, and that awful veranda will go, and this sale may be the catalyst that develops and hopefully repaints that TNG building. I feel as though I've come full circle. It is at this point I would like to acknowledge our Mayor, Grant Smith. His knowledge, drive and passion for the city is outstanding, which is why companies like Safari are willing to invest in the old post office. I'd like to thank Hugh Grant for the support and help over the years, and it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you. And councillors, please keep an eye on him because he works too hard. Many other councils cannot put party politics aside and work together, but we have. And it's been a pleasure to work with all the different parties around the table. And today I must be the rose between the two thorns. But yes, we have achieved in it, and we haven't brought party politics into the council, so it's been a pleasure. I would like to acknowledge and thank my friend, Tangi Utakiri MP. Tangi and I started together in the class of 2010, and we've always worked together as the Quinella. Tangi has helped and supported me through the years, and I don't know how I would have got through the RMA without him. Many people cannot understand what a Labour MP and a National Party chair would have in common, but you'd be surprised. At this point too, I'd like to thank all the staff for all the help and support and their hard work. There's a fantastic bunch that work for this council, so thank you, every one of you. I would like to thank all the councillors. I'd like to wish all the councillors that are standing again good luck. And I've decided today that I'm not going to go around individually and thank you all, because all of you have been part of my journey, and a lot of you will continue on that pathway. But I'd like to say thank you very much for all your lovely kind words today and being part of my journey that's made my council years so special and so amazing. I think really that's all I'm going to say today. I was tricking about the 20 pages. I could just see the mayor's face. But there's one thing that I am working very hard for you for the next 3 years, which I will present, and that will be the lunch roster. So, thank you.
So I saw Councillor Finlay's face when you talked about the $5 bet. He's waving a $10 bill now. But no, look, seriously, thank you to the Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Dingwall and to Councillor Beattie for your valedictory speeches. And I've just got a message from the Mayoress, who is watching online too, and she does send her best regards to each of you as well. So on that note, I acknowledge everybody else that has spoken. Thank you. It's been a long but a very worthwhile acknowledgement of service. So we will retire to the Guayang Lounge for a cup of tea or coffee, and you're all welcome. We've put some extra cups out, and we will recommence it here at 11:30. Thank you.
Yeah?
It was only 14 every time. And we are missing Billy.
Well, we should have been counting his vote, yeah?
We were not counting.
Well, check with Hannah. Hannah, we're still counting people's voting online, aren't we? We're still counting people's votes if they're online. Today?
Oh, today, yes.
Yeah.
Councillor Finlay wasn't.
Yes, you are.
He wasn't able to get his sound sorted.
Ah, okay.
So he was behind us because he was watching on YouTube. So
Okay.
I'll just put these behind.
We're just checking. And actually,
Hannah
the
having a
academic
panic that we were.
notice has been extended anyway, hasn't it?
Thank you for your concern, Lorna.
You're welcome, Lou. I wouldn't like to feel that you were missing out.
Back, everybody. Now we will move back to our agenda, and number 7 on our order of business, page 23 of your papers, councillors, is Sport Manawatu's annual report for the 2021-22 period, and we have a memo there, Julie McDonald, but she's away, so Anne-Marie Morey will speak to any questions we have, along with Brad Cassidy from Sport Manawatu. Kia ora and welcome.
Kia ora koutou, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for the introduction. Anne-Marie Morey, Policy Analyst, and to my right is Brad Cassidy, General Manager, Partnerships from Sport Manawatu. We'll take the respective reports as read and happy to answer any questions, although I think Brad just wants to highlight a couple of things quickly.
Yep. Morena. The two things that we want to highlight was, although it was a challenging period in the last 6 months, or probably we'd overhearing some of your challenges over the last 3 years, but certainly with us, with a lack of engagement from our community, we developed the Bubble Bingo. You'll see within your documents here, it was really a challenge to the team when we had to pull pin on the Everyone Active Festival that was here locally, and also a similar festival based in the Tararua. So my colleague and I went back to the team and said, look, we've still got a responsibility to support our community during this challenging period. How say you? And that's where Bubble Bingo sort of surfaced. And as you can tell within the numbers, significant numbers, but I think the impact more for us was that was about getting the whānau all engaged in physical activity through daily challenges. So that was a real highlight. The only other thing I wanted to share is that we're back into events. The weekend just passed, we had school cycling, so great to have that back. That's 600 odd participants, and then you chuck a couple of hundred extra in for support, parents, etc., coaches. And then this week, if you're not familiar, we've got national basketball. Great to have it back here. The local association's heavily involved. We've got Basketball NZ down. We've got a woman and girls evening tonight. That's supported and led by the Jets. And then there's some other events, big events coming up. We'll endeavour to keep you posted on those, but it's really exciting that we're now in the delivery space and welcoming people back into our marvellous city. Thank you. Just in conclusion, I just want to tautoko the comments that were shared among councillors this morning for your colleagues, for those that are departing. Thank you for your time and energy and your commitment to your community. Those individuals who supported you, voted for you, would have definitely voted, and you'll probably see some more votes had you have stayed. But that's probably for the new council, and it's their burden to bear, to live up to those expectations that you leave. I guess the only thing is, it's an exciting new venture for you and Renee and her whānau. Wishing you all the very best, and may you in your rocking chair at 80 years of age look back in fond memories to say what an amazing legacy I've left within the city. So, kia ora.
Great, thanks Anne-Marie, thanks Brad. Yes, there's an avalanche of questions now. Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I've only just got one question. It's just on page 28, under item 3 there, outcome 4, monitoring of the social benefits of other community-based events. It just says that that's actually just informally monitored presently, so obviously there's some work to do there. Do we have some understanding of what's planned to improve that?
Yes, there is. So through the Sports Event Partnership Fund, there's about 2 events that are of a community status. If I use ETHCIC as one, whilst probably more so the impact through the report that committee has previously presented outlines numbers, etc., sort of delving a bit more deeper around what does the numbers mean alongside the qualitative status. So as part of the new funding and support policy, that's an area that we have to pick up in terms of reporting back to council. So it's the community events, but also 1 or 2 assigned larger scale events we'll be reporting back on. We're right in the thick of it now. This was the last period of our 3-year, previous 3-year partnership agreement. So the new one sets essentially the new course, so watch this space.
Great. Thank you, Brad. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hapara.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Thanks, Brad. Just on page 26, on number 7, is that partial because we're still waiting for the feasibility to be completed around that sports facilities plan? What's the reason why it's partial?
Just in terms of the measure, it's quite difficult to, conclusively say that that has been met. We're, I suppose, hoping that the work that Sport Manawatu does, and there's way more emphasis on provision of insights and using data. So yeah, it's more not so much a reflection that isn't happening. It's just very, I suppose, difficult to tie that to the decisions that may be made here. So yeah, it's just really an evaluation of an overall state rather than anything specifically.
Are we saying we're setting goals that are too hard to achieve?
As Brad mentioned, the new agreement, we've reflected on some of these measures and how, I suppose, challenging they are to meet conclusively. So we have hopefully improved the types of measures and, for the new agreement, so that there is, I suppose, more clarity around the expectations that in terms of what Sport Manawatu are doing.
Okay, just over the page, you've got a 1, 2 and 3. All 3 of those are not met as well. Is that the same answer?
Are you talking in terms of outcome 4?
Outcome, yes.
No, not really. I mean, I think that those measures, again, are somewhat out of the control of Sport Manawatu, and particularly during COVID, impacting on those events. So, yeah, I mean, I have noted that particularly for the first and second measures and the analysis of those, that they were not met. However, they were not met because circumstances to be able to meet those were outside of Sport Manawatu's control, so slightly different than the previous measure.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Page 28 talks about the retention of events, and Brad, you talked about that already. I just want to check, are there any events that we know we haven't retained at this stage?
No, not at this stage. I think just going back, to my state of play update, where we sort of signalled the additional investment council contributed to this financial year, will allow us to retain the strategic events. It's when we get to the year after, some of those one-off events that we delivered may not factor into what the next year will look like. So the strategic events are sitting with us. We're going to have to be probably more critical around what we support in year 3. And we have to be careful that if we commit funding to ongoing events, that's going to detract from our ability to attract new events.
Thank you for that. My second question was about the climbing wall project, which is page 30 of your report, 60 of ours. So we've got that equipment sitting in storage. What's the process for finding a facility or a partnership for that? Is that a Sport Manawatu process? Is it a council process?
It's, to be fair, these projects often get off the ground when there is a community champion driving it, and there are still community champions out there that are motivated to drive it. It's very difficult from our position to provide the the on-the-ground emphasis when we've got multiple projects that we're juggling. I suppose we still have to be impartial to the club process. That said, there's a positive step that will hopefully be explored through an existing site, and that means that there's not as much emphasis on the champions having to develop something from new.
Right.
So part of it is if we can explore an opportunity to install what's currently sitting in storage at an existing site, get some runs on the board, and then we explore what that might look like in time as enthusiasm, as motivation, and more importantly, as engagement from community start to drive utilisation of the asset going forward. It moves away from we'll build it, they will come type philosophy. There's pros and cons to that approach, but I believe our role is to make sure that we can support those champions, supply them with the information they need to get them underway.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Thank you, Mr.
Mayor. Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I had similar questions to Councillor Harpeter about the comments in outcome 4. And I note that, Anne-Marie, you've said that there will be a reduction in outcomes from 4 to 3. So are you intending to remove outcome 4, or is it just going to be more of an amalgamation?
Outcome 4 remains pretty much the same in the new agreement. It's more a merge of outcome 1 and 2 that has reduced the number of outcomes, but there'll be a very similar outcome.
So do we get a chance to see that agreement, or is that that's just done between staff and Sport Manawatu?
It is something that is negotiated between staff and Sport Manawatu. However, in the next report, you'll be able to see the outcomes and those measures being reported against.
But it will already have been agreed at that point, won't it?
Yes, it's already been.
So I've got some questions then about whether or not we're reasonable in including outcomes that Sport Manawatu can't influence. So where we've got under outcome 4, 1 and 2 around the events, and then the note is some of the not met measures related to the sports events are due to factors outside of Sport Manawatu's control. How can we continue to have measures in a partnership agreement that Sport Manawatu are not responsible for?
I might be able to answer that one. I suppose if we start with the fact that this is I think the third iteration or second iteration of the strategic partnership agreement that we've entered. First one moved it from a contestable element, and the idea is that the measures were developed as a result of council strategies, i.e. active communities plan. Our role was effectively on the ground addressing identifying, addressing and supporting council's approach to delivering on that particular plan. We identified through the review that there were some measures that simply we couldn't deliver on, and so subsequent to that they've changed as a result of the new strategy going forward. We believe we've landed on a suitably agreed approach, but it's one of those ones that over 3 years we can't do everything in year one. So what we're going to have to do is appropriately balance our activities based on the length of the agreement.
Yeah, I guess my concern is if we're setting you up to fail by including outcomes that we're going to measure you against to assess the value of the partnership that are outside of your sphere of influence. That's where my questioning is going, really.
Those measures have been changed. Sorry, I didn't bring the new agreement with me to just check.
All right, so they have been changed for the new agreement?
I'm pretty sure that the measures have been changed.
Okay. So is that point that I've raised, is that seen as an issue to make sure that all of the measures are within Sport Manawatu's sphere of influence?
I mean, certainly the feedback that came from the report this time last year was that the expectations were high, and some of the analysis of those measures were revealing a problem that that there were some that perhaps could have been better worded, or as identified through this, that are beyond the control of Sport Manawatu. Unfortunately, sorry, I haven't got what the revised ones. I perhaps should have brought them along so I could refer to them. But yeah, we have, as Brad said, through the negotiations, looked at the better measures that that Sport Manawatu are better able to report against.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Brad, and thanks, Anne-Marie. Just a quick question. The report refers to the gym sports kind of conversation advancing, and also refers to the sort of sport climbing side of things, as Councillor Bowen was checking in on earlier. Is there any connectivity between those conversations?
There has been connectivity throughout the process. I think what we're dealing with here is a different position of readiness. And I suppose when we look at the position gym sports are at and their progress towards completing the detailed feasibility, they're still probably a wee ways off the actual build or the development side. What we're trying to do is encourage gym sports to, rather than have to wait for that, is if there's an existing site that we know supports climbing, how can we leverage off that for the now to then help inform what partnership and the status of a new development might look like in the future. So it's not ruling any particular party out. They're working side by side through the process.
Great,
it's just, unfortunately, it's just a shame that some other key members of that working group, climbing working group, have moved aside.
Right. No, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. So does Sport Manawatu have a view that there is potentially some synergy there if things could be?
Yep, absolutely, and that's where we draw on the likes of detailed information from sort of national perspectives, national strategies, and then looking at it from a regional perspective, and then obviously delving deep down into localised. And there's definitely insights there that inform us that climbing is definitely an option that would be well suited to support community participation here.
Cool, thank you. And just a quick question of clarity. It's around the high ropes course in the Railway Reserve Land. Is usage of that monitored either through Sport Manawatu or directly through council?
Not through Sport Manawatu. I guess that the agreement's based on a service level agreement between the operator and council, so it's not in our jurisdiction to oversee.
Cool, thanks. Anne-Marie?
I can check with the Parks team on that. I'm sure they're monitoring it in some way, unless Chief Infrastructure Officer knows the answer to that.
We can take that offline. Thank you both, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Finlay online.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question, and probably a follow-up question. In Labour weekend, we have several thousand people coming into Palmerston North for the Filipino Sports and Cultural Festival. What involvement has Sports Manawatu got with them?
My colleague isn't here. I believe that if it's this same group approached us, or should I say via the Sports Event Partnership Fund panel some time ago, that when that was assessed, it was assessed on the basis that we were going to look to provide financial support to that event. However, I believe at that time was going to make significant investment from the event being here. So I believe the panel voted that it wasn't necessarily meet the criteria to support because of what that was going to make through that activity.
Well, my supplementary question was, I can remember prior to COVID, Sports Manawatu bringing a budget to council showing that there was a $15,000 amount set aside for that weekend. So what happened to that?
If that wasn't allocated, it would have been going back into the pot. I'll just go back to my...
So we went back in the pot, and then it's my understanding then that pre-COVID it was acceptable, but after COVID it wasn't. Is that correct?
Oh, sorry, I missed that, councillor.
So in other words, the funding application pre-COVID was acceptable, but after COVID, it wasn't acceptable. Was that correct?
I believe that the COVID situation probably wasn't a factor in the decision by the panel. It more related to the fact that the event would have covered the costs of itself and made money without Sports Event Partnership Fund investment. That's when we look through the budget, and that's what the panel has to make a decision on.
Really, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I think that has exhausted the questions. So thank you both of Anne-Marie and Brad. So councillors, we have the recommendation there that council receive Sport Manawatu's 2021-22 annual report, which is attachment 1, presented on the 5th of October 2022. I'll look to move it, seconded by Councillor Harpiter. I'll open it up for any comments. While you're thinking about that, I'll just say a couple of brief ones. Look, thank you, Brad, for the work that Sport Manawatu does, and appreciate that it's been quite a challenging time, but I sense from your enthusiastic comments that you're back in business with events, and that's great news. I share some of the concerns that a couple of the councillors were questioning around some of the measurements. So I hope the officers have taken that on board, that we've got to get those measurements right, otherwise we're setting organisations up to fail if they can't meet those measurements because things out of their control. So that may need a little bit more work. I think we'll need to be, and look, it's great that we've got the events coming back, and I think through a challenging period we've done quite well, but we will need to be a little bit more strategic going forward, because there is emerging competition in the wings for some of these bigger events that we have. So rather than perhaps looking at what the new things might be, we've got to ensure that we still keep some of the existing, great existing events that we have. And we've built up quite a tradition. This week is the basketball, and we welcomed well over 1,200 people into Arena there the other night. And honestly, they love coming here. We've just had the cycling. You just need to go down Fitzherbert Avenue to see the no vacancies. You know, that's fantastic for the city and the sector. And, you know, as I said, we have emerging competition in the likes of Hawke's Bay and Nelson, who'd be very happy to grab some of these events. But what we have here is quite a package, not only the facilities, which we're blessed with, but actually the accommodation that's all close and in some cases in walking distance, and everything's quite compact, and we're welcoming with our host associations and volunteers, because all these events are put on by volunteers, which sometimes goes missed. And outside the shoulder season and traditional quiet periods, I'm unsure whether we can really cope with a lot more new stuff. We had Volleyball New Zealand and indeed basketball. They fill the place just with their events alone. So it's our capacity levels which are around accommodation and also overworking those host volunteers. There's 150 volunteers alone with the basketball, and some of them are working from sort of 6 a.m. in the morning to about 11 p.m. at night. And they love doing it, don't get me wrong, but we've got to be careful we don't burn them out. Having a combined calendar has been great too, and I think having all events on there, so from all our sectors, because there has been some overlaps, and as I said, it comes back to that capacity, especially around accommodation for us. So, look, thank you again, Sport Manawatu. Challenging year, but I think overall it's been really good. Thank you. Councillor Hapeta.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. You've covered what I was going to say about those measures. I think that we've got to be able to have measures that are easily to understand and that they can achieve. So I think that was teased out in questions. So the second thing I just wanted to say was about the regional sports facility plan. It's good to see that in the document that there has been a review, and it's quite clear about what the deliverables are, and it's quite clear about when the plan will be coming back to us, which is June 30, 2023. So hopefully I'll be back to see that next year. And it'd be good to actually be able to see what we're actually going to be able to get out of it with the deliverables in front of us. So thank you for putting that in front of us, Brad. Really appreciate seeing this in the document so we can actually see what we're going to be able to get. So thank you very much for all the work that you've done. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Barrett.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just briefly to comment, it's really heartening to hear the verbal side of the conversation around the sport climbing options that may be coming back into this community. I think it's been too long, actually, the community's been without a decent facility in that space, and it'd be really great to see something get quite literally off the ground in that space. So wish those parties well in advancing that, and it was, yes, very heartening to hear the commentary that I think built on what was in the written report. That sounds like there may be some good news coming there, so wish those parties well. Thank you.
All right, councillors, I think we'll go to the vote. And that has passed 14 votes for and none against. Thank you. So, councillors, what we're going to do is we'll work through till 12:30, just so everybody's got a bit of an idea. Then Councillor Beattie can select which cafe you're going to for your lunch, and we'll work through back to 1:30 here. So just giving you a little heads up, and for the staff involved as well. Okay, we'll move now to number 8, which is statements of expectations for our cultural council-controlled organisations 2023. That's on page 103 of your papers, and I'll ask Hannah White, our governance manager, to speak to that, please.
Mr Mayor, I'm happy to take the report as read.
Okay. All right. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just going to ask you to confirm, Hannah, as it says in the report, that there's no legal requirement to do this every year. It's just been our practice.
There is no legal requirement to do a statement of expectation at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, there being none. Thank you, Hannah. Right, councillors, we've got the Statement of Expectations resolution there, and that council agree that the Statements of Expectation for Te Manawa Museums Trust, the Regent Theatre Trust and the Globe Theatre Trust 2022-23 attachments 1 to 3 be extended to June 2024. I'm happy to move those, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. I'll open it up for any comment. Councillor Bowen, are you wishing to comment?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yep, I've got a technology failure. Yes, just to say, this is a pragmatic solution to the problem we have of basically of timing at the moment. As the officer said, there's no requirement, never mind to do this annually, to do it at all. It's been our practice, and a good practice, I think, to set our expectations for our CCOs, but we are very much in a holding pattern at the moment. And I'd also reflect that with Te Manawa Museum Trust, standing. Thank you, Councillor Butt. I wondered why you were levitating beside me. I thought it was a little early for a standing ovation for my speech. But maybe that's the vibe of the day, I don't know. But as we're in a holding pattern with business, re-establishing business as usual, I think this is pragmatic. And noting particularly with Te Manawa just having appointed a new CE, this is actually a really sensible thing to hold our expectations, give them that certainty to work through that onboarding process and look to bring forward those discussions with a new term of council where we can seek to establish relationships with the new elected members, the new board members of our CCOs, and put some energy into that direction going forward. So absolutely support this as a pragmatic solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I agree, and I would also say that we have the power to call in our CCOs at any time. So there's no, the level of risk here is extremely low. What we do is give our CCOs some runway to actually get re-established again, because it's been in this GLAM environment, it's been extremely difficult for them, and it's great to see the Regent and both Te Manawa starting to come back, and of course the Globe's been at that size which it has been able to operate probably better than most because of its smaller sizes. So look, I'm happy to move these, and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. If there's no further comments, we will vote, please. That's passed 14 votes for, none against. Thank you. All right, moving through to number 9, which is the Streets for People Square East Stages 3 and 4 Final Design Plan. There's a memo there from our project, one of the project managers, Jeff Snedden, on page 123. Jeff, if you've got anything to comment on this, welcome.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. What I'd like to say, two things I'd like to say. First thing is I'll take the report as being read. Second thing is you will note that the canopy build out for the old post office is not shown on this plan. We're very flexible about working around whatever happens in terms of development on that area. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thanks. I've got a couple of questions. The first one is that under parking in 3.5, there's no mention of cycle parking, and I couldn't see any cycle parking on the design. So is there cycle parking in this design?
Please refer to 3.3.5.
Have I missed it? Thank you. Excellent. Sorry, I don't know how I didn't see that when I got to the next bit. Is there any opportunity for electric bike charging in that cycle parking?
At this stage, that's something we haven't thought of, but always an opportunity.
Okay. Could this be seen as the suggestion? Thank you. And then just the final thing is, at the moment, if you're on a bike heading out of the square to turn right onto Broadway, on that piece, there's no trigger for the lights. So the only trigger for the lights is if there's a vehicle that comes up behind you to trigger the lights. So if you're on a cycle, you can be sitting waiting at that junction for several circuits of the lights, and they won't change unless a car or a truck or something comes up behind you. Now, I asked about this previously in a councillor help, and I was told really nothing could be done until the street was redeveloped. But is that an option for when that junction is redesigned to include a cycle trigger at the lights?
Yes.
Okay, Hamish can.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Hamish Friedenberg, GM Transport. Yes, as part of the Streets for People program as a whole, we'll be looking at the cycle of the traffic lights and certainly including those triggers in our considerations.
Okay, that's good. I just wanted to make sure it was considered because here's the opportunity when everything's being redone.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I've just got a few questions here, if you just bear with me. Just in terms of the report, and I may very well at some previous time ask the same question, but in terms of the design, do we actually incorporate crime prevention through environmental design into our considerations?
Yes, SEPT is part of the design process.
Okay, and just on that, when I actually look at the illustration there in the attachment, item number 4 there is the canopy of trees that would bound the square road itself with Te Marae o Hine. Is that existing trees or is that trees to be added?
The large ones on the square are already there.
Okay, thank you. And I note also from the report there's actually a removal of 2 motorcycle parks from the plan. Can you just comment about the rationale for that?
Through you, Mr Mayor, mainly to fitting the cars in. We tend to fit motorbike cycle parking in and around what we have left over. So when I'm saying that they're actually, there isn't actually marked on the plan at present, but there will be as part of this. We'll be looking at what's left over in terms of design space.
Okay, there are a number of motorcycle parks scattered around town. Is there anything nearby if they weren't replaced? Do you know?
Sorry, I'm not aware of any nearby.
Okay, thank you. And the other question really is just looking at the illustration there, it would appear as though there's been some changes to the roundabout corner of Main Street. Is that intentional or is that just accidental appearance?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's a long-term aspiration, I guess, to remove the roundabout at Main Street, but that would be undertaken as part of the bus terminal redevelopment, not part of this.
Okay, so just for clarity, that aspiration is that the square itself would not be open to a continual traffic movement around the square, so we're perhaps looking at part of the square being closed to traffic. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, there's no aspiration of closing traffic to the square. It's just removing that roundabout to make the movement on the Square East from stage 1 and 2 through to stage 3 and 4 and onto Broadway a lot easier.
Okay, thank you. I understand. Thanks, Jeff. Mr Mayor.
Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Jeff and Hamish. 4.2, the two removals, because of the value-added engineering, what's the cost savings and the impacts of removing those? It's the removal of Main Street Square East Junction from the scope?
Unfortunately, through you, Mr Mayor, unfortunately I can't tell you what the cost savings are because we'd already removed them before we went to tender.
Okay, so we haven't had a chance to be able to have a look at what they were?
No.
Okay.
So when we went through the design process, we identified some savings that we could do before we put it out to market.
Yeah. So what impact would they have on the, what impact will they have on the project?
By adding them back in again, or?
Well, yeah, sort of, because they were there to start off with, so I presume we wanted them. So by taking them out,
I can't answer that question, sorry. I don't know the number.
okay, because I was just sort of looking at the raised platform at that intersection of Broadway. It must have been put there for a purpose, so I'm wondering what the impact of taking it out. It's all right. Come back to me with it.
I might take a stab at answering that for you a little bit. Certainly, when we took those intersections out of it, we hadn't done the work to analyse what would happen to the traffic and how it would stack up back through into Rangitikei Street by making a raised platform at that end. So that was one of the considerations we had, is that we weren't aware of what the broader impacts would be, which is, so it was removed from scope earlier on, I believe.
Okay, so it just wasn't from a cost perspective?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just, the Chief Infrastructure Officer would like to speak.
I think Hamish has just explained what I was going to say, which is that the Broadway one, the Main Street Square East, the Broadway and Square, we won't know whether it's needed or not until we do Broadway and sort out the traffic around there, and the Main Street Square East, again, with the bus station redevelopment, it made sense to push it out until we get the bus station redeveloped. Thank you.
Councillor
Barrett. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks, Jeff. Just following on from Councillor Johnson's lead around checking in on considerations. Regards the signalised intersection, has there been any consideration of having what I would call a countdown timer for the pedestrian crossing phase, like you see in many communities in New Zealand, where you kind of press the button and rather than just getting a flashing outline of a person, you actually get like 30, 29, 28, Any consideration of that been given?
At this stage, no. We were looking at replacing existing signals with the existing signal phasing. But I think that there's a need for as part of a traffic modelling, look at how we move not only vehicles but also pedestrians around the square, and that's a means of communicating that.
Thanks. So to look at that, would that need a specific direction from council to get some work underway?
No, so because we have that intersection and the Rangitikei Square intersection as projects, I believe, in next year to consider, we would be looking at options for that, and certainly would include the most up-to-date technology as one of the options. Whether we could afford it or not to make that change is a decision for a later time. But yes, absolutely would include that.
Great, thank you. And in terms of meeting with stakeholders, you mentioned a number there. Just wanted to ask around ChargeNet, the owner-operator of the electric car charging facility that's in this part of the square.
Through you, Mr Chair, I haven't spoken directly with the operator, but we were leaving their facilities as they are, just due to the high cost of relocating them.
And in terms of, that is 50% of their capacity in the city, a conversation with them about that going offline or at least inaccessible for a period of time? Has that been mooted with them?
That would need to happen, yes.
But hasn't yet?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And just to confirm on behalf of Councillor Beattie, the big lump of concrete outside of Highflyers disappearing?
At this stage, the design did show that, but that was prior to the recent announcement around the sale of the building. So we're flexible in terms of modifying the design to accommodate any change or retaining the balcony.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
So just following on from both questions there, with existing property rights, they buy the building, don't they? Lock, stock and barrel.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, they've bought the building, and the building is offset by a metre. The balcony the balcony is 2 metres into road reserve. So you'd probably say 2/3 of the balcony is on our land, and the remainder is back within the property boundary. The licence to occupy was issued to the owner of the bar, which was not Flyers, it was Bear de Lacey or some, I can't remember what the name of the company was. So as far as I'm aware, the licence to occupy has ceased. So it will be ongoing negotiations with the new owner about how that would look. And I might hand over to Mr. Murphy now.
Yeah, just to clarify, the conversations we've had with the Safari Group to date is that they have no intention of that balcony staying. There will have to be a conversation about, they're talking about restaurant, cafe, retail activities fronting the square. One of the issues that will need to be worked through is that the floor height of the building is about 1 metre above the footpath. So if they're wanting to spill out onto the street, which we would look to encourage from a visible public life activation perspective, there will need to be consideration about how that's done in a respectful way, taking into account the street design that's in front of you, but also some of the heritage elements of the building. So dropping the floor height could have some benefits in terms of the way in which they engage with the street, but could have some negative effects in terms of the heritage elements of the building. So there will need to be a balance here, but as the officers have said, there's a process to work through for that, and there's some flexibility.
And the other question was around charging. There's discussions about other charges happening around the city, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. Just looking at page, under 2.2, the key stakeholders who have been engaged with include stakeholders from the completed stage 2 works. Now, I'm just interested in understanding if the feedback that was provided by the Disability Reference Group during that process has been fed into the design for this stage.
I believe so, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and has there been any further consideration of the needs of people with disabilities in terms of this design?
Sorry, I'm not able to answer that question.
Okay, perhaps I'll be a bit more specific. So looking down under 3, the main elements of the design, 3.1.1 is to provide a balance for all street users, and there's comments about pedestrians, but there is no mention of those who might use those areas who might be in wheelchairs. And there's certainly other aspects such as green infrastructure, culture and creativity and rangatane co-design, but I don't see anywhere anything highlighted to give me some assurance that those with other mobility devices would be being considered in terms of the design intent.
through you, Mr Mayor, I believe all the engagement, the outputs from the engagement were taken into account during the design. We could perhaps specifically outline how those concerns were addressed through the design at further times, I suppose, if that would assist.
At a further time, not today?
Not able to answer that precisely. I mean, the spaces we are providing are wider. We are providing compliant pram ramps, mobility ramps. We're providing standard NZTA standard parking for mobility. So there are a number of things that we do that when we talk about the word pedestrian, we talk about the pedestrian in the broader sense of people with all abilities, not just people in wheelchairs or visually impaired.
Okay, thank you. Just perhaps just one further question. On page 131, the mobility parks, the design of the mobility parks on an angle there, particularly near the garden where the number 7 is, and on both sides of the street. I'm just wondering if someone is in a car and has mobility issues or has a wheelchair or other mobility difficulties, and if they got out of the driver's seat of their car, how would they get from that area, because the garden is right in the way, how would they get from that area to the area where they need to go? Because one thing that's been raised from the Disability Reference Group recently is that sometimes they're forced to go out into the line of traffic. And I'm looking at this design, I'm just not sure whether that's been fully considered.
Through you, Mr Chair, there are pram ramps at the end of each of the parks, enabling people to either park on the I look at number 10, there's 2 car parks, there's one on the and there's yellow painted lines on both the driver's side and one on the passenger side. Potentially you could put another passenger yellow line on the passenger side of number 10 that would reduce able-body parking, but that's a decision for councils to make. And people will be able to access the footpath through the pram ramp.
So specifically my question was, if a driver on the right-hand disability park wanted to exit their vehicle, would they have to go out in the line of traffic around the back of their car to get where they need to go? Because if they got out of the driver's side, the garden's in the way on both sides.
What we can do, we do have a shared ramp. We can put an individual ramp per car park. And we would bring the car park further to, Broadway. That would enable a person in a wheelchair to go around the front of their car and onto the ramp.
So could I just interrupt? Sorry, Councillor. I'll just ask.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to clarify to you, Councillor Naylor, because we're looking down on the trees, the canopy looks bigger than the space that is taken up at the ground. So what you can't see, because that picture's showing you the top of the tree, is the bit of the path that goes underneath the tree onto the footpath. So just to reassure you, it is there. It's just that because we're looking down on the trees, you can't see it on this diagram. I apologise, the diagram's not clear.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Barn.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Jeff and Hamish, for the report. My question's about 3.4, traffic and transport and intersections. So noting that this is intended to continue the work of stage 1 and stage 2, and there's been some modelling of the intersection traffic, but what we're experiencing is a huge amount of congestion in stage 1 and stage 2 at peak time. So I think my question is, does this make it better or make it worse?
Through you, Mr Mayor. I'm unable to answer that as I'm not a traffic engineer. I would assume that there'd be less traffic coming into stage 1 and 2 because we would have put less traffic into stage 3 and 4. But that's probably going to cause congestion further up the network, which is why we have decided not to do some of the intersections at this stage. I think there needs to be further work on a more macro level to enable vehicles, opportunities for people to move around the CBD and not move through the CBD solely for the sake of moving through the CBD. We want people to come in here and shop and park and shop, sorry. So would it make it work? Well, what we're proposing to do, when the original design was done, yes, we're going to make it worse, but that was going to move the congestion further up Rangitikei. So at this stage, we're not dealing with that.
Just to add to that, one of the projects in the Pinati program is to create a model for the city of the traffic. So we're beginning engagement works on that, so that we'll be able to plug in some of these different scenarios where we throttle one area and see what happens to the rest. But we're a little way away from that, so when we do have that sort of answer, we'll be able to conclusively answer some of those trickier questions. Hopefully before the end of the financial year, all going to plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Just on the councillor's question, would, and I, at that macro level view, you're around the moving traffic around is key rather than through, and I get that, and I think that's something that all councillors would understand. Would the speed limits not be a tool or a lever you could use, i.e. dropping the speed limit?
So it's certainly one of the options that's available to us, and it's part of the speed management plan that we're currently working on. That could be one of the suggestions we'll bring back to council.
Right, so you are thinking about that, because I think we're the last to do that out of the metros.
I couldn't tell you conclusively.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay. Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just with the left-hand turn coming out of Broadway into around the Square East, and then Square East coming back out into Broadway, why there isn't a current layout of, I am aware, just looking at maps, that the left-hand turn is in place currently, and this doesn't allow for that. What sort of modelling have we done, knowing that we didn't have a left turn out of the stage 1 and 2 works into Church Street with some of the limitations that it needed for adjustment for the likes of bus queuing and even car queuing, and what sort of modelling's been done?
Sorry, I'm not able to answer exactly what modelling's been done and what the impact of removing that left lane, a separate lane. You're still able to do the turn, but it's part of being with traffic going straight ahead. So no, I'm not able to tell you what the congestion models look like for that. So I can come back to you on that.
Okay. Just with the power recharging units that are in the square, the charge net, they're at the 90 degrees where all the other car parking have gone to an angle park. Understanding that cars can enter that from both sides of the street, but just for the ease of continuity for exiting back out, have you got some comment around that being the way it is?
Through you, Mr Chair. Charging of cars is slightly different from filling up your petrol, if you appreciate. Most petrol tanks are either on your left or right at the rear of your car. That's not the case for charging cars, electric cars. They are both either at the front or the back, depending on where the batteries are. So having them at an angle is very difficult to back into if your charger is at the back of the car. And so we've put those in perpendicular. It is, no, it's not pretty, but it's purely in response to the functional need of charging of EVs.
Okay, thank you. And just one other comment I'd just like to explore. Question. There was a comment in the report around making the inner streetscape not using the pavers like we've had in stage 1 and 2 and going for a complete seal. and you're saying that it was learnings. Was that learnings not just with maintenance, but just with the increased cost to install? Like, I want to understand the actual driving force to change the inner street, or the inner square pavement treatment.
Through you, Mr Chair, there are two main drivers. Yes, it's cheaper to install, and we get the same visual aesthetic. So, but the main driver is a response to bird poo. And we have a lot of cleaning, high pressure cleaning that happens underneath those trees. If we would put into unit pavers on a sand base, it's a high maintenance requirement to resand, to redo. Every time we have to go through and clean the pavers because of the roosting of the birds in the trees.
Okay, sense. Fully appreciate. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Hapara.
Thank you. Really appreciate the question that Councillor Dennison just asked. Thank you, Chief and Hamish. So on the pavers being cheaper on 3.3.3, has that changed the budget? Has it reduced the budget? So I just want to ask that question because you have mentioned the word cheaper. So just wanted to pounce on that point now that you've brought it up. Has there been a change?
Through Mr Chairman, that's what we tendered. So it was already included in our scope. I can't identify. Oops, sorry, Sarah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Chair. Jeff's right. It was tendered afterwards, so we haven't got any absolute proof. We were working with WT Partnership on the cost estimates all the way through this, and we've been to council several times about the changes in the cost estimates. So this was one of the things where in the cost estimates that WT had been doing, it showed that it was considerably cheaper. To Jeff's point, we haven't tested that in the commercial market, but certainly from the cost estimate point of view, it looked considerably cheaper.
So that's a yes?
That is a yes.
Great, thanks for that answer. Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've just got two questions. The first one is following on from Councillor Naylor's questions around the accessibility parking. Is there anywhere within the area for mobility vehicles which have a rear entry and exit point for wheelchairs, with a hoist or those sorts of things, to park as their, I guess, not final destination, but rather than it being a loading zone? Are there any parking options for those types of vehicles within the city centre?
Through Mr Chair, other than using the Mercedes Sprinters, etc., those rather large vehicles, we do not have the facility in the CBD to park and unload outside the loading zone spaces that we've provided. We require 2 car parks equivalent of perpendicular parks to enable that to happen.
Okay.
So there's nothing accommodated in this design, and at this stage there's nothing other than the loading zones.
Is that something that can be considered for future stages, that actually disability vehicles do come in with different access points in terms of loading and unloading passengers? Okay, thank you. And then just my next question was, with regard to the realignment of the vehicle space within the street, obviously with the middle parking and planting being removed, the road alignment is coming closer towards Te Marao Hine. Was there any exploration around keeping it somewhat more centred so that car parking along the edge of Te Marao Hine would not be directly under trees?
from a design
Through you.
user experience perspective?
Through you, Mr Chair, no. The alignment for stage 3 and 4 lines up with stage 1 and 2. So no, the idea, the driver here is to make, I guess, the eastern side of the stage, to reinforce that spine between Church and Broadway, make it nice and wide for people to use.
Okay. When it comes to designing the Broadway piece, is that a consideration that could be explored? Understanding you can't now just have a misalignment in terms of the road corridor, because with our first piece we've already completed, but perhaps user experience for people who want to park opposite number 1 Shoe Warehouse, for example. Maybe that could be a future consideration.
Certainly, as part of Square North, we would look at that.
Thank you.
Jeff, just I'm not sure if the councillors are totally aware, but the trees have actually been significantly trimmed. In fact, it was happening out there yesterday. That would make a difference. I looked at the sight lines and, there was quite a decent haircut taken of all of those trees.
Yeah, we, as part of the this project and work we've been doing on the square, undertook quite a comprehensive arborist review of those trees. They are heritage, they are listed, and so they are significant, and so we've undertaken quite a considerable work through Parks on those trees.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Sorry to jump back in the queue, Mr Mayor. Just, did I understand from your answer to Councillor Dennison that there has been no congestion modelling done on removing the left turn from Broadway into the square?
Through you, Mr Chair, I do not know the answer to the question, not that there wasn't any done. I just don't know it to be able to respond. I can follow up and come back to you.
So you don't know if any was done, is that what you're saying? Or you don't know what the result was?
That's the answer. I do not know what the result was.
Right, okay. It's because this is the final design that you're asking us to tick off today, isn't it?
Through you, Mr Chair, I was not aware I was asking.
We receive it.
You were receiving it?
We're receiving it. Oh, I see. That subtle difference had been lost on me. Thank you.
Councillor Naylor, you're back in the queue.
Yeah, I do have a couple of further questions, if that's okay. It does relate to the recommendation, and Councillor Johnson's also just alluded to that. So if we're receiving a final design, can it be changed? Can further changes be made to enhance it?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, absolutely. I believe we'll be putting it back into the queue for the next financial year. So as part of the annual plan, we will discuss this again.
And would there be any intention for this design to consult with the Disability Reference Group on this design before confirming the design? Because I'm aware they haven't seen it, and I'm not certain myself whether it would meet all what they would see as ideal for people with disabilities?
Yes, we'd certainly take that as an action between now and then, and we'll be engaging with the developer of the post office building and others when necessary as well before we come back, so we'll include that in our list.
Okay, thank you. And just, that's all, thank you. Oh,
Good.
well, just, sorry, one more. 3.3.3, the concrete in situ poured concrete, one of the elements that Disability Reference Group had provided feedback on was the bumpiness of the surface. Would that result in a smooth surface or a bumpy surface?
Through you, Mr Chair, we'll be looking at a similar finish to the pavers, so not the pebble dash that you have there at the moment, but a smoother surface like which we're proposing to do on the other side.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, councillors. We're now going to move straight into this. Streets for People, Square East Stages 3 and 4, final design plan. Council resolves that Council receives the Square East Stages 3 and 4 final design plan. I'll look to move it. Seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Very quickly, thank you, Jeff, thank you, Hamish. I think at a macro level, this is great. I like it. Obviously, it needs to be tested with a few things, But as a broad base, it's great. And I think as a stakeholder, and we are a stakeholder as councillors, it's great that we've seen it finally, because we've been absent in the space until now. But as I said, I personally do like it. I think timing's everything. I think we're getting our timing right. If we'd gone out a bit soon, we'd had probably some buildings not quite aligned with it, but now I think we're going to get that right. At a macro level view, though, to the officers, can I strongly encourage you around some of your comments around moving around rather than moving through. You've got some tools there which I think are quite easy runs for us around speed limits, and I would encourage you to get us up to speed with the metros. Every other metro's got a 30k speed limit and it's CBD. We haven't, and I think we can do that quite easily, and naturally that could fit because we've got a natural compact CBD. So I encourage you to press the button on that sooner rather than later. I think it's about the second or third time I've asked. Thank you. All right. Councillor Hancock.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, I'll be very brief, but I guess probably what strikes me about this report is the absence of an explicit reference to crime prevention through environmental design. And I suppose I just really want to urge our officers really to actually include the principles of CEPDED into future reports in terms of how our city looks, and that is principles such as clear sight lines and also presence of capable guardians. Given the current retail and community experience within the CBD, I would suggest that we need to be more vigilant in this regard. So I suggest that our considerations need to be visible, in particular around crime prevention through environmental design. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Dennison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is a follow-up action from the Infrastructure Committee meeting where we had the 6-monthly Street for People program presented with an update, but without the design, and then inquired to find out that the final design did exist, and for us to request the CE present it to the earliest meeting, which is today. And so I just want to make the point, when we have updates, this is a program of wider interest for our community, and I think as members we want to be in on early completion of design so we're informed to make changes or adjustments without leaving it too late. So I just really want to make the point that this has happened with the Cultural and Civic Precinct in the worst case scenario, but this is just a smaller example of bringing us up to date at the very last point. So I really just want to make that point clearly. But other than that, I think the incorporation of rangatane design, the functionality of it, the completion with the street frontage and some of the investment that's going in that stretch is going to see that stretch of the square transformed positively. So all in all, I think there's a secondary conversation for us around the trees and the interaction with the birds and the outcome of that, and we'll leave that for another day. But overall, I think it's very positive. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Just wanted to make some points around the need for this kind of design to be a little bit more future focused when we know that there's been a huge uptake in the number of people on electric bikes and scooters, I've had a lot of feedback that there isn't facility for charging them in town, there isn't secure parking, the types of bike rack that you put for an electric bike need to be quite different. So, for example, the bike rack that's by the eyesight where you're required to lift your bike up, that's actually quite difficult because e-bikes are heavy, and I personally struggle to lift mine up into that rack. So we need to be thinking a bit more future focused in terms of cycling, that there are a lot more people on e-bikes these days, and that it's an easy way to get around the centre of town, and that designs like this should encompass adequate facilities, secure parking, charging, and effective means of storage, rather than anything that might require you lifting your bike, which is quite heavy. Second point is, I would like to see in these designs, as we have for parking, a good section on what consideration has been given to cyclists. because we do get a lot of feedback after these designs go public around, well, you know, have you considered this for cyclists? Have you considered that for cyclists? And if it's not actually in the report, it's hard for us to say it's been considered. It may well have been considered, but we wouldn't necessarily know. And on the same line, the business about the congestion modelling for the removal of the left turn from Broadway, it may well have been considered. The figures may well have been done, and it may all stack up, but it's not in the report, and so it's hard for us to justify that if we get asked questions. And I've had a lot of feedback about the congestion that's occurring as people turn left from Main Street down in that new piece of the square, with it being down to one lane. And I think it's important before, I understand we're just receiving it, not signing it off, but before we receive the report, that we're aware of these things and that they're made explicit, because ultimately when this is public, we're the people that need to respond to the queries, and we'll be getting plenty, I can assure you. So I just want to bring those points up. You know, in principle, I think it's a good design, but there are elements of it that need further, I guess, highlighting. And I expect that Councillor Naylor is going to make some comments about disability access, but in advance of those, I don't know if she is or if she isn't, I would like to say that I support her comments that we would also like to see what considerations have been thought of, weighed, included, not included, what consultation has been done with the Disability Reference Group, because when it's not explicit, it's hard for us to be sure that it's been done. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to make a couple of brief comments. I would tautoko a lot of what Councillor Johnson has said. I guess particularly around things like the parking and how you know, accessible parking is actually tested prior to it becoming a final design. On a personal note, my grandparents have just purchased a mobility vehicle because my nana's in a wheelchair, and that now implicates where we decide to go for coffee if we want to catch up, because it means whether we can actually find parking for her to exit her vehicle when she drives in and out, drives her wheelchair in and out of the rear door. So I do think that we just need to, I'm not suggesting that this plan needs to be changed to include that, but I do think we want to consider how our whole community accesses the city centre and enjoys what we have to offer. The other comment, I guess, is around some of the questions around congestion, and I guess I can see, you know, obviously being an expert traffic engineer, see some potential congestion points with the change of the access lane, but the tricky thing about doing streets for people in stages means that there is going to be some short-term pain at particular points until that whole piece of work is completed and joined up. And we know that one aspect of Streets for People is to encourage movement that is going through the square to actually stick to the ring road. We are not intentionally making it difficult for people to move around the city centre, but we are acknowledging that actually there is a change in behaviour required, and that first and foremost our city centre should be for people, and so vehicles may bring them in, but actually the movement around the square is not needing to be as swift or efficient as perhaps heading one block out to the ring road, in a ring road. And just finally, in terms of the design, it really excites me to see a visual representation of our partnership with Rangitane, and it may be as simple as including the design elements that are that come from Rangitane and are well reflected, but I do think that in terms of the partnership that has been reflected on this morning and the journey, we are much more aware of the progress we've made in this space, and so visual elements that occur out in the community I think actually are really important for our community to see that the considerations around the way our community looks and feels is made in consultation and in partnership with Rangitane. So I do really like that design aspect, but overall I think it's really exciting to get to this stage, and hopefully we move on to the next stages reasonably quickly as well for efficiency purposes with movement.
Councillor Naylor.
Thank you. I do think we need to be really, I think it's really important that when we look at designs like this, that we're inclusive to those in our community that have different accessibility needs, specific disability needs or accessibility needs. And I think we need to do that in terms of our design and in terms of our language. Reading this report did not give me any assurance that those who might be in wheelchairs or other mobility devices were being considered. The dictionary definition of a pedestrian is a person going on foot or a person who is walking, and it doesn't include a person who is in a wheelchair or another mobility device. And so I think it's really important where we're listing out the main elements of a design that is included in our language. The feedback I've had from our disability reference group is that they often feel like an invisible part of our community, and they often feel that their feedback has not been taken on board or considered. And so, yes, I do think it's really important that we're explicit about that in what we do. Looking at the design, it may well be fine with them, but they haven't been asked. So I'm not an expert to know whether it's going to meet their requirements. It may well be compliant, but what I'm hearing from them is that we need to go past compliance and actually think about what is ideal to include them and make it easy for them. So I would ask the mover and the seconder if they would be willing to delete the word final out of this recommendation. Delete the word final. So.
No. I think it's been well signalled by the staff that this will come back to us. So it's only semantics, and Councillor, I want to move on.
I realise, okay, so I would like to move that as an amendment then, because I'm happy to receive this design, but
if we're going to move it as amendment, is there a seconder?
Yeah, I'm happy to second, Mr. Mayor.
I thought it would be an easy enough thing just to drop, given that the officers, I'm really pleased to hear the officers have said that they will go and consult the disability reference group on this design. If that results in some changes to be made, it seems a bit pointless that we are approving or receiving what is called a final design. I know it's semantics, but I think it's important. I think if we receive a final design now and then consult with them, what we're telling them is that it's already a final design and we're just tacking on consultation with them later. So yes, it is pedantic, but I think it's also important. So my view is that I'm very happy to receive this as a stage 3 and 4 design plan, only because I've had assurance from officers that they will go back to the disability reference group. We've had, and I just want to tease that out. I know you're looking at the time, Mr. Mayor, but just to say that we had safety concerns when the stage 2 design had 90-degree parks. And so we moved a specific resolution by this council that those parks would be on an angle. Next minute, Cuba Street has 90 degrees parks, and that feedback and that direction was not translated to that design. So we can't always assume that the feedback for one part of a design gets automatically transferred across. And whilst there was good engagement with the Disability Reference Group on stage 2, looking at this, I do not know if all of that feedback has been transferred across to this design. It's crossed out. Are you taking that as an amendment, Mr. Mayor, then? Or?
Yes, because it's seconded, and
Okay.
again, I just want to encourage you to move on, please.
Okay, I've said what I've said.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers to this before we vote? Look, councillors, I understand that you want to be absolutely 100% correct on the wording, but we have something like 28 things to get through our agenda, and we're on number 9. So, look, I'm going to vote against this because we can move on quite quickly. There's actually a whole lot of other people that are going to be fed into this. I absolutely agree. Disability sector needs to be in there, but then so does the chamber, the BID, the building owners, I mean, there's a whole lot of other people that need to feed into it as well. So I think we're just playing games with words, so I'm not going to be voting for this. If there's any other speakers to this, I've got other speakers in the list from the substantive, so just put your hand up if you want to speak to this amendment. Okay, there being none other, do you want to write a reply, Councillor?
Yep, I think that if there are other people that we're going to engage with, I support that, but it would be completely inappropriate of us to call this a final design if then we're going to engage with other people. It goes against all the principles of genuine consultation if we receive a final design and then engage. So I'd encourage you to support this.
Okay, so we've got the amendment up there. I'll ask you to vote just on the amendment, just on the amendment, please. And that has passed, 9 votes for with 5 against. Okay, so now we need to do the substantive. Now we've still got a couple in the queue that want to speak. So Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Super brief. Just to say, I think the issue that one of the issues that's come out in this debate has been about storytelling and the problem that the Deputy Mayor alluded to of pieces of work that are disjointed from the bigger picture. So even taking something that is, I think, wonderful and hugely well conceived, which is the Rangitane design, that link into the work of how that design is being pulled through the whole square and the link back to the Irini Te Awiawi portrait where that design element comes from, I think is a story that needs to be told as part of that wider context. And similarly, the story that we're trying to tell about how we use our central city as a street, as a place for people, needs to be elevated in this conversation. Otherwise, we get down into why council is making it hard to drive around the square, which is the constant driving narrative, which you'll see on the council's Facebook page to start with. It's come out really strongly in the Cuba Street discussions, and every step forward we take is tied back to those really negative comments where people might not understand what we're trying to achieve or agree with it, but we're not doing ourselves any favours by not giving that wider context and the framing of the story. So I support what we're doing, absolutely, but I think I would like to see it held really strongly in that context of the story that we're telling and the broader things we're trying to achieve.
Councillor Happer.
Just in the vein of being brief, I just wanted to say thanks very much to the officers. I really appreciate that they have looked at the learnings that they got from stage 2 and put the learnings into this stage, not the final stage, but 3 and 4, and also that they have done some work with stakeholders. They've actually have done that discussions already. I really appreciate that. I think that's actually been really good. So thank you very much for that work that you have done, and I really appreciate that, and really happy to support this design plan. Thank you very much.
Okay, just very quickly to write a reply, and look, there's more, and I totally get the disability sector. I actually opened the forum there last week, but there actually are other sectors as well. So again, I thank the officers, and we do need to have a little bit of trust in what they're doing. I take on comments around the electric bike charging. I think that's a really smart thing to do, and quite an easy thing I would think to do as well. We have some other levers around the speed limits, as I mentioned earlier, and that will actually help. When I chaired the bike forum, that was a constant discussion around that, not necessarily having separated cycle lanes in the square, because they don't really need it. Because it does, if the speed limit's low, it almost becomes a shared space. But it's their constant issue, as they called it, the moat, getting across the inner ring road, which I still think there is some work to do on. But look, this is a great start, people. Well, it's more than a start. I think it's getting close to a design where we can settle on with some consultation with some stakeholders. And maybe even the Tram Trust, Councillor Hancock, and the Sculpture Trust, Councillor Bowen, who's now left. But I'd ask you to support this. Thank you. Okay, this passed 13 votes for, none against. Thank you. We'll now break till 2:05. Give everybody their hour for lunch. Thank you. And we'll see you back in here.